Good morning, YouTube and Twitch. We're doing the co-stream thing, and it's gonna be scuffed as fuck, so forgive me. It's okay. It's all right. If you're on Twitch, hi, welcome in. We do this every Saturday over on YouTube, but today I'm excited, so we're gonna do it on both. And if we do well, this may be a permanent thing. I don't know. I have to rework the entire bot, the entire OBS, to get everything to work properly for both streams. But you know, we're doing the thing. All right, we're trying. So Tweenie, thank you for the lurk. Hi-fi. Welcome in, Jeff. How are you? Good afternoon. Hope everybody is doing well on this weekend. And if you don't know, today we are going to cover our enhanced, I named it enhanced because that sounds official, our enhanced TTS queue system. So if you've seen us on the live the last couple of weeks, we were kind of working on it. I've added some extra features. We've got some things worked out and fleshed out, and it is good stuff. It is good stuff. But before we get going on that, I need to make sure that everything is kind of working, right? So if you're on Twitch, you'll notice that all of the channel points and shit have been disabled. That is done on purpose because I didn't want to go through one by one and set them up and which ones could play, which ones could not, because the bots run the volumes or the sounds and everything goes through. And if it comes out on YouTube, because YouTube is such a pain in the ass with their copyright stuff and demonetization, they're so quick to hit that demonetize button. For today, we've disabled pretty much all of those. So if you are playing things like the blurps, I'm looking at you, bye. Maybe we don't do that today, just to be safe. If you're on the YouTube side, good morning, welcome in. You're used to being here. You're used to the way things look. Twitch has never seen this layout before. But you know, we're here. Reinstein, hi, welcome in. How are you? Hi, Dave, my honey. How are you, mommy? You have a weird issue, not that rash again? Well, thank God that rash went away. It was only there for like a year, so shouldn't have been too serious. So we're gonna kind of chill right here on this screen for a few minutes. I just want to make sure that everything is kind of working. You know what I mean? I am using the shared chat that is built into StreamerBot to view all of your messages. So there's that. So if you're on YouTube, you may be a little bit delayed in your responses. Is the Poke game stopped too? No, that is done externally, so the Pokemon should still show up. You just won't see the timer and the Pokemon that's coming next and stuff on screen like we do on a normal Twitch stream. So, but yeah, I don't have control over that other than adding it to the channel. Once it's added, it's there. And your bot alerts redeems. It's been forever since you last watched my stream. Well, you're here now, and that's what matters. Yeah, we've changed a little bit in 2 years, just a little. Dave, let's see. Your bot alerts aren't outputting locally. I mean, it could be a lot of different things. Did we set you up? Did we set you up with the wind capture audio thing, or are you just doing your sounds? You're not hearing the alerts, but the audio is still going to stream. Okay, so we did set you up with that. So what you want to do, they should all be set to monitor off. Well, the ones that are used for the through the wind capture audio plugin. But if you haven't changed anything and it's just not working, go through each of your sounds. It sucks, but I think it's due to that last Windows update that fucked a lot of audio for a lot of people, myself included. And basically go and they're all not monitored. Okay, and the other ones are. So what you want to do is you want to go through and change it. So if it says monitor off, change it to monitor output, and then change it back to monitor off. So go through your entire list in the advanced audio properties and change them to something. Select a different option and then select the original option back, and then try that. Chat commands. Yeah, the chat commands on Twitch side do not work because I don't have the bot open to do that. But they will still work on YouTube. The YouTube commands will still work. Yeah, this was hastily thrown together. I thought it was going to be a little bit easier to do, but then I started realizing that because I run 4 different bots and 3 different OBS instances, it's not that easy. So what I plan to do, if we decide to do a dual stream on Twitch and YouTube every Saturday like this going forward, which I don't have a problem doing, it may work out, it may not. Then we will, I'll just go through and I'll create a whole new bot, a whole new OBS for that, and get everything working for both sides so that Twitch can have their commands and channel point redeems and all of the fun stuff over there, and YouTube can have their stuff over there, and never the two shall meet. But I gotta protect myself on YouTube because I don't want to get demonetized, but more importantly, I don't want to get like suspended or copyrighted or any of that. So it's going to be like a 1-by-1 thing. And I just didn't have time to do that today. And yes, Riley, I do remember you. I didn't know you changed your name, so I didn't know that was you, but I do, of course I remember you. You and Fairy Tale both. But it looks like, for the most part, what is this? I don't know what this means. Yeah, that happens sometimes. It has to do with the way the Windows Audio API is picked up when you start OBS. And after a Windows update, which is one that they did in the last like week and a half or whatever, really fucked the API. So you kind of have to like reset it by resetting it and then manually reset it. So it's a pain in the ass, but every now and then you'll have to do that. I've had to do it since I started streaming. I've had to do it probably about 4 or 5 times a year. Not every update is going to cause that issue. There are a lot of audio issues in every Windows update, but that one is pretty common. I don't know the ins and outs of it. I just know the fix. So yeah, glad it's working though. All right. So what we're going to do today, I'm just going to kind of explain it. I am going to be answering your questions just like I do every Saturday. But I'm super excited about the enhanced TTS queue system that we built. If you don't know what that is, if you're familiar with Pirate Software, he has a queue system where you can pay him 500 bits on Twitch and or do a super chat on YouTube and write out your question, and it goes into a queue, and then he presses a button when he wants to answer one of them, and one by one they play, and it's a whole thing. But there were a lot of limitations on his queue system that I noticed over the last few months, and I wanted to correct those. And of course, if you know me and you know my videos and my YouTube tutorials, when we deal with things like the streamer bot or mix it up bot and things like that, I do it without coding. So no C#, no JavaScript, you know, that kind of stuff, if I can get away with it. And so far, we've been able to replicate most things that use C# just using the built-in features of StreamerBot. And this is no exception. And we've also added some functionality, some extra panache, if you will. That's why it's the enhanced system. So we're gonna go through and cover the import. So there is a link in, if you're on YouTube, the link is in the description to the Ko-Fi to get the import code. If you're on Twitch, it's in the pinned message. And if you're using StreamerBot and you want to follow along, go over there, put in $0 in the cost thing. It is a free download. And then download that and you can follow along. So the plan today is that I'm going to cover the import of this file that you're downloading from Ko-Fi. And then I'm going to show you how to set it up if you're only streaming on Twitch. I'm going to then delete everything, re-import it, and show you how to set it up if you're only streaming on YouTube. And then we're going to delete everything. We're going to re-import a third time. And then we're going to show you, if you are dual streaming like we're doing today, the proper setup for that. It's not a whole lot to do, really. There's only 5 actions in this whole entire thing. And if you are only streaming on Twitch or only streaming on YouTube, there's going to be like 2 of them that you don't even need. So it makes it even easier. But we're going to cover all that. And then once we have the final install and setup completed, and I'm doing that for the time markers, so people can come in and go, oh, I'm only streaming on Twitch. They can go to the Twitch setup part, and then again, the YouTube, you know. So that's why we're going to do it 3 times, so nobody is left behind. And then after the 3rd time, we're going to go through and we're going to explain everything, what it's doing, what it does, how you can edit it if you need to for your needs. We'll cover the triggers, and then we will test it out. And then we're going to add some visuals to the stream, where we're going to have like the person who asked, we're going to have their profile picture, the actual TTS message and stuff like that's going to come up on stream. I also added a few extra voices to the speaker bot, which is what we use for the TTS, of course. And I've added some, so it'll play random voice every time we answer a TTS question. So that'll be a lot of fun, maybe, or it might be stupid. I don't know, but we'll figure it out. So yeah, welcome in everybody. Again, pinned message on Twitch, description link to the Ko-Fi on YouTube. Grab that file and we're gonna go ahead and get started. Did I get much sleep this morning? I mean, I slept like, I was in bed for like 6 hours. I probably slept about 4. I would find a spot where my rib didn't fucking hurt at all, and I would fall asleep, and then while I was asleep I would move and the pain would wake me up. So it wasn't like a straight through sleep, but I got enough. Thank you for your concern. Hi, day dog. Welcome in. Okay. No scare. Nope. I know. We're working on it. We're getting everything. We're going to get everything set back up on Twitch proper. But right now I'm just trying to protect my YouTube side from getting copyrighted and stuff. So it was a quick throw together so we could do this stream. But that's all right. If it goes good, then we'll make it a permanent thing and we'll get Twitch all squared away again. If it doesn't go good, then fuck Twitch. We'll do our Saturday streams going back just to YouTube like we normally do. Either way, love you too, son. All right, so let's go over to our main screen here. All right, so for those of you that are on Twitch, you've never seen this layout of mine before. You can ignore most of the stuff, but because we do live testing, live questions and answers, I love you too. Thank you. We have my desktop here where we can look at things and zoom around and do things. And we have some fun little stuff that we've added along the way. But this is it because it's a tutorial stream, right? We are answering your questions live on air, and I'm showing you how to do the things if we can. Right? So that's the whole point of it. But this is what YouTube sees every Saturday.
Jeff Nurges asked my first cute question, always autoplays.
Yep.
Does this enchanted fix that? Or
It will.
cab I set Q to passed on SB start?
Yeah. So this is a perfect example, and yeah, I had done that on purpose, but we do have a fix for that. And we're gonna cover that and try to figure out why that exactly happens. But yes, we will be fixing that. All right. So there you go. You can see an example there quick of how it works. And so now we have our zip file that we're going to grab from the Ko-Fi there. And when you unzip it, you're going to have two files inside. We have the SB file and the .text file. They're both exactly the same. It doesn't matter. It's just sometimes when you import, if you import an SB code, it will work. If you export or import the text file, it will work. And sometimes neither one of them work, but I give you both as an option. But I'm going to use a fresh install of StreamerBot to show the import and setup. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to just cover YouTube first. So these are, my dog has peeled back the curtain to look outside and I feel exposed. But like I said, we're going to do this 3 times. So we're going to do the import 3 times. We're going to set it up first time if you're only streaming on YouTube. And that's where we're going to start right now. So in your StreamerBot, you're going to come in and you're going to click on import and you're going to get this box that pops up here. And the import string is where we're interested in. So we're going to grab one of these. It doesn't matter which one. Either the .sb or the .text, they're both exactly the same. And we're going to drag it over to the export string. And you can see how the cursor kind of changes. And when you let go, it pastes the code. And then it'll show you everything that we're bringing in. So we're going to bring in 5 actions and 1 command. And of course, as always, when you bring in a command, they are set to disabled by default. But once you have that there, we're going to click import down on the bottom there, and we're going to say yes. And then it'll tell you the commands are being imported will be set to disabled, right? Like I just said. So you just say okay to acknowledge that. And here's what you have. So now we have our group with our 5 actions. And then if you go to your commands tab, you will have a new command that is set to disabled. And we'll come back to that one in a moment. But that's it. This is the entire TTS system right here. And we're just going to set this up first. So this is for if you are only streaming to YouTube, because there's a couple things you're not going to need. So if we click on the action in the start setup number 1, you'll see first off that there are 2 source triggers. We have a YouTube broadcast being started or Twitch channel going online. But basically what this is going to do, what the setup here is going to do, is it's going to get our stream IDs for us, so that when we do output the TTS system, it will have the correct links to use, and we get that right when we go live. And you don't want to do it before you go live, because on YouTube, obviously, the URLs get changed every time. And then on Twitch, we have a little different thing. But because we're setting up YouTube, all you need to do, step one, click on startup. We're going to come and we're going to delete the trigger for Twitch, because we don't need it, right? You're not streaming on Twitch. We're going to come down here and we're going to get this fetch URL, and we're going to go ahead and delete this one as well. And then the set temp global Twitch link, we're going to go ahead and delete that too. So you should be left with a delay of 20 seconds. And this delay is to help that YouTube lag, because when you go live in OBS, there's a delay that YouTube puts on, that extreme lag at the start. So they're setting everything up, right? So they don't have a URL for your live stream, a dedicated URL, until after you're already live. So this delay allows this variable to get populated properly from YouTube. All right. The next thing we're going to do, you wish you knew about that lag a year ago? Yeah. The next thing we're going to do is the number 2, the TTS questions. Now, this is the main workings of the actual system. So we have our one trigger. In this case, I have the exclamation point ask as our trigger. But you can set this to be, a certain number of bits, or, a super chat, or whatever you want the trigger to be. If you're on Twitch, you can also have it be a channel point redeem, things like that. But I find obviously that the command works the best, but it's up to you. However you want to trigger, however you want your users to ask their questions. Okay. So we're just going to go through here real quick. We're going to come down to the sub actions. The anything with Twitch here. Yeah. And that's exactly what we're going to do. And I was going to cover all of that, but yeah, good for you. Yeah, we on the start setup, we just set it right here. We're going to add it right here to auto pause the queue. And I don't know why the bot does that. I think it just because it purges and checks all queues on startup. It might be a glitch. I'm going to ask Nate about it, or Whipstick or somebody. I'll ask them about it and see. Maybe it's something that's been overlooked and needs to be fixed in the next update. Who knows? But yeah, we are going to go ahead and cover that for version 2.6 at least. So the global Twitch link, that one, remember we just got rid of that, so we don't need that again. We're going to go ahead and delete that as well. This if statement, we don't need this either, because we're not checking to see if the person came from Twitch or YouTube, because we're only streaming to YouTube for this setup. So we're going to get rid of that as well. Okay, now the raw, we get the raw. This gives us our uptime. Okay, and this is just a basic raw command to populate some values that we're going to be using later. All right, and then your speaker bot. So when you have speaker bot, you have a voice alias that you're going to set up as your main character or voice, whatever. In this case, I've named it YT Mascot, and this name needs to match exactly. So we can come here and we can copy this name. And as you can see, I've added quite a few TTS monster voices, and the Microsoft Sappy voices are there just to have fun. So any name that is added in here will get picked at random. Okay, so the first question might come from this Archibald name. And then the next question, when we do it again, it might be Microsoft Zero. It's just going to pick one of these names at random. So if you want to have a little bit of variety, you can add a new name by coming down here and just picking one and then adding that voice, and then it'll be there. So if it's on this list up here, if you only want one voice, right, just put one voice in there. All right, I just added this for a little bit of spice, but what we're mainly worried about here is the name again. So the actual name of the voice alias, we're going to copy that so we make sure we spell it correctly. And right here where it says your speakerbot voice name, we're going to paste that just like that. Okay. And then our Discord basic webhook. This is so once the question is asked, all of that information is sent to your Discord channel, and it will post there as long as you have a webhook, and it'll post a lot of information. But we need to set that up. So real quick, we're gonna take a look at our system here. If I can bring it up, and I will show you what it's going to look like here. So this is the question that Jeff just asked, and as you can see, it has his little profile picture, and then it says Jeff asked. Here is the question that he asked, and then you'll notice we have two links. You can see the answer on Twitch, going to the Twitch pod, or you can see the answer on YouTube by going to the YouTube replay. But to get this functionality, we have to set up this webhook. So what you're going to do is we're going to come and click on the cogwheel for the channel you want this to be in. Okay. This is the TTS answers in my Discord. And you're going to click the little cogwheel, and then you're going to click on integrations. Hi, Fisher. We're covering some bot stuff today. And here you'll see that you have webhooks, and you can create a new webhook. And all you're going to do is once the new webhook is created, you're going to click on it to open this stuff up, and you're going to give it a name. Okay. And once you give it a name, and then you see here, hi Brazers, you're going to see that you have the copy webhook URL. So I already have one, so I'm just going to delete this one. But what we have here is I have the name. I've just given it a name of TTS Ask. So I'm going to highlight and copy that, and we're going to double click back in the bot into our basic webhook. So the webhook name at the very top, that's what we just copied. We're going to paste that in. And then we have the webhook URL. So we're going to go back to our little webhook thing. We're going to copy. We're going to click that to copy our webhook. And then we're just going to remove all of that text in the URL. And we're going to paste that in. Okay. So now we have the content, and this is what will show up on Discord. So when we look at, again, if we close this out, when we look, this is what it'll do, and this is what it's doing. And I'll cover all of this later, but right now, since we're only setting up to stream on YouTube, we can get rid of the see the answer on Twitch part. We don't need that here. So you'll see where it says see the answer on Twitch, this whole little section here, just delete that out. Okay, we don't need that. And everything else you can leave the same. We're going to click OK to update. And then we're basically done here, except we have our from YouTube and from Twitch, right? So we don't need these anymore because these were part of that if statement that we deleted. Okay. But what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of the from Twitch. We're going to go ahead and delete this out. Yes. And we're going to come into the YouTube one here, and we're going to set this argument, this set argument. And we're going to right click here and copy. We're going to come down to copy. And because we need to add these in to the questions here. So what we're going to do is we can just copy both of these over if we want to. But we're going to start with the set argument, and that's going to set the profile picture. We're going to come in here, and we're just going to paste this sub action, and we're just going to move it to the top. So now we have the global link, and we have the user profile. So now we're just going to go back, and we're going to grab the stream link. This is for our webhook, We're just going to copy this sub action, go back to number 2, our questions over here. We're just going to paste this guy, and then we're going to drag it to the top as well. Right? And then we can get rid of the YouTube one. Click bye. And then we have the last one. This is our play question, and this is what you're going to do to actually play the TTS, the next one in motion. And so all that's here is it's going to resume the queue, and you need to set this to either be controlled by your Stream Deck or a mod only command. If you're not using a Stream Deck, you can set a trigger to that, like, you know, like if we have exclamation point ask to ask the question, you can do exclamation point next to play the next one. I have mine set up as a deck button. And so I just press that. So that's why you don't see a trigger here, because I'm going to let you decide how you want to set that all up. And if you do have like the streamer bot Stream Deck, you don't need any trigger here, because the bot will connect to the Stream Deck, and you can just have the button directly play this action. So for the YouTube setup, we're basically done here. We need to go to our action queues, and you will see that we have a questions queue now that is not paused, and it is blocking. Now the blocking queue is the most important part for this thing to work. So we're going to add it here. You don't have to do this, but you'll see this is already done for you. It is set to a blocking queue. Okay, so we're going to come in here and we're going to go ahead and set this to pause. And basically now when the questions come in, it won't play them. So if people were to do like exclamation point ask in the chat right now, in the YouTube chat, because we've deleted everything, right? It would build up in the queue, and it would be under the pending actions, and they would just start building up in here until you press the button. But as Jeff mentioned out earlier, for whatever reason, this starts as not paused, right? And we want to fix that. So what we want to do is we want to come back to our act. Well, you know what? We're going to wait on that. We're just doing the setup right now. I had a plan. Jeff came in and was like, no, we're going to jump ahead. All right. So now we go to our platforms. So we are non-platforms. I'm sorry, to our commands. And you can see that the text is red, and that means it is disabled. And all you have to do is we're going to do two things to the command, because we're only streaming to YouTube. We're going to double click into the edit command window. We're going to click on the enabled button right here. And then we're going to come down here and uncheck Twitch. That's it. That's all you got to do. And now you'll see that it went from red to black, which means it's enabled. Or you can also come here and you know, it'll be like this, and you can right click and just click on enabled there. But since we have to go in to uncheck the Twitch message option, might as well just do it all at once, right? So click there, unclick Twitch, click OK. And now for those of you that are streaming only to YouTube, you're completely set up. So now we're going to undo all of this, and we're going to do it again for those that are on Twitch only. Okay, so I'm just going to delete this stuff because we don't need it anymore. Make sure I get the queue off as well. All right, so again, we're going to start from scratch. So now we're going to do that same thing again, but this is going to be for those of you that are only streaming on Twitch. So it's going to be pretty much what we just did, except the opposite, right? Because that makes no sense, but you know what I mean. So for those of you that are only streaming on Twitch, cool. We have a couple things to do. First thing we got to do is we got to import the code that you got from my Ko-Fi link there. Right, you're going to see the import code comes up here, and we're interested in the import string. So when you unzip the file that you downloaded from Ko-Fi, you will have either the text or the .sb file. Both should work. So it doesn't matter. We're going to pick one and drag it to the import string here. Again, you can see how the cursor changes to let us know we can paste that there. And then it's going to bring in and show you what we're bringing in, which is going to be these 5 actions. And we're also going to add this queue. And then we're going to add this command. And by default, again, the command is set to disabled when we import by default. So it'll tell us that right here it's being imported is set to disabled. We just say okay. And again, now we have our 5 guys, not the burger joint, our 5 actions. That's the word I was looking for. We have our action queue. If we go click on a queue, you'll see that the questions is there. And then our command here is set to default. So now we got to set this up for Twitch only. Again, we're going to start at number 1. Okay. And the first thing you're going to notice is over here on our triggers on the start setup action is that we have 2 triggers. We have a YouTube and a Twitch. Okay. And since we're only streaming on Twitch, you don't need to check if you're live or broadcasting on YouTube. So we can delete this trigger. And we're just going to say, yeah, delete it. Okay. And then we come down here to our sub actions and we set the temp global YouTube link. Now the YT link, obviously YT for YouTube. We don't have that. If you're only streaming on Twitch, you don't need it. Get it out of there. Now, if you decide to leave these, by the way, you can just import this and set it up and go. It's not going to hurt anything if you're not on Twitch or not on YouTube, but it's a little bit cleaner and a little more efficient if you go ahead and take this time to do the cleanup after the import. Okay. So again, the same thing here though, except for the Twitch link that we need to get here for the set global is going to come from a fetch URL. And this is going to be we're going to be using the decopy.me website for this URL. And I already have it set up exactly how it needs to be done for you. So all we have to do is double click into this fetch URL. And up here in the URL box, you will see where it says your Twitch username here, and then a little question mark. Do not delete that question mark. But you want to get rid of that and you want to type in your name, spell it correctly, in place of your username here, and then just click OK. All right. And that's all you got to do for that. So now our setup is complete. So every time we go live on Twitch, it's going to wait 20 seconds so that all of our data gets populated from the Twitch servers. Decopy.me will then pick this video that we are currently streaming to and put that variable into our globals and stuff so we can use them later. Now this part here, pay attention, Twitch people, is very, very, very important. For this to work at all, you must have VODs enabled and published. If you do not have your VODs enabled, Decopy.me, the website, the URL to your VOD, which is what we're linking to.
You hit the tape and I jerk off on your driver's side door handle.
Yes, Chance. I rely on spell check, which isn't in StreamerBot yet, so we're kind of fucked. But yeah, for Twitch streamers, you must have VODs enabled and you must have them set to publish. Because that's what we're linking to. We're not linking to your live stream, because once you in stream, those links would become dead, right? So in our Discord port, where we're posting all the links so that people can review the question and see the answer, you have to then give them a place to go. So your VODs have to be enabled and published. Okay, so assuming that's done, we're done with the setup. And then we're going to come over here to the TTS questions. Again, this is the main thing, right? So we're going to come down here. The YouTube link, we don't need that because we're not streaming to YouTube. Get rid of that. Goodbye. Right? We have the Twitch link to set our Twitch link for the Discord, and that's fine. The if else statement here, the if command source, isn't going to matter because you only have the one command source now that we're not streaming to YouTube, and you can say goodbye to that. The OBS raw is going to be the same. You can rename it from YT to Twitch if you want to. If you're pedantic like that, it's fine. Doesn't matter. But the name of the OBS raw does not matter at all, really. Okay. Same thing with SpeakerBot, right? So we still have the SpeakerBot thing, still have the same thing. So again, mine was YT Mascot. But whatever your voice alias that you have set up for your TTS system, make sure that that name, the voice alias name, is in that spot right here. And it is spelled exactly as it shows up in SpeakerBot. Okay. And then we have our webhook again. Do you remember how we made the webhook? If not, I'm going to show you again. So we have our TTS answers. We've made a channel in our Discord for this specific command here. We're going to click on the edit channel. We're going to click on integrations, and then you're going to click on webhooks right here. If I can move my cursor. There we go. And then it'll have the new webhook button. You can click on that and it'll make a new webhook. And what you want to do is you want to click in here and you want to give it a name. You can name it whatever you want, right? Doesn't matter anything, whatever you want to name it. And then you're going to have a name and you're going to have a webhook URL. Okay. Now I already have one, so I'm just going to delete this guy. So once you've named it and you have a URL, we're going to copy this name here using keyboard shortcuts, Control-C. And we're going to come over here and where it says your webhook name, we're going to paste that webhook name right there. Then we're going to go back to Discord and we're going to copy the webhook URL. It'll tell us it's copied. We're going to come here and where it says your webhook URL, we're going to paste that there. Okay. Now, same thing again. This is the format. This is the layout that we have. So you can see again, it's going to have the user's profile picture. It's going to have their name as they're the one sending the post. And then it'll have their name asked, the question, and you can see the answer on Twitch and or see the answer on YouTube. Okay. But again, because we're only streaming to Twitch now and not YouTube, we can delete the, you think you caught that Pokemon? Micro penis? Yeah, probably did. We can delete the YouTube stuff. So we're going to come down here to the very, very bottom by pressing the down arrow after clicking in here. And you'll see that from the end of the content message all the way up to the see answer on YouTube. So these bottom lines here, we're just going to get rid of them. Goodbye. We don't need them. So all that you're left with is see the answer on Twitch, and then this weird conglomeration of characters and math and all the shit that I have done for you so that you don't have to do it. And we're going to click OK. Okay. And that's it. So now we can come in here, the from YouTube, we can get rid of that because this was part of that if statement from earlier, right? So we don't need that. We do need the from Twitch here, but all we're going to do is we're going to copy this Twitch actions here. We're going to copy the sub action. We're going to come back to TTS questions and we're going to paste the sub action. And then we're just going to click it once, drag it all the way to the top. Okay. And then we're going to come back to the from Twitch. We're going to set argument. We got the set argument. And this argument here is what's going to take the person's profile picture on Twitch and post it as the one who posted it in Discord. So we need that. We're going to copy again this sub action, come back to number 2. We're going to paste. We're going to click. We're going to drag to the top somewhere, at least the top 3 above the OBS raw, anywhere above the OBS raw. As long as it's not at the very, very top, the Twitch ad user needs to be at the top. Okay, we didn't do this for YouTube because YouTube doesn't have add user variables. Twitch does. So we need to add this first, and then we can get all of the information for this other stuff. Okay, so once you have that done, we can then delete the from Twitch sub action, and all that we're left with is the play question. Again, this is what you're going to run to actually play the next question in line. Okay. And so I have this tied to a deck button on my Stream Deck. I can press the button and it runs this, basically just resumes the queue for one question, and then goes through and pauses it again at the end and all of that. So we answer one question at a time. You can have it set to a moderators only command if you want to, if you don't have a Stream Deck or you're not using the built-in Stream Deck from StreamerBot, which is what I'm using, by the way. I use the StreamerBot Stream Deck and I love it very, very much. Open your API, YouTube. Yeah, the YouTube API is very limited. YouTube doesn't have a lot of functionality compared to other streaming platforms. Hopefully they change that in the future. I have good hope for 2025. All right. So once we have a trigger set up or a deck button or whatever for your play question here, you're done setting this up. So we're going to go to our action queues. Okay. And then you'll see now on the queues tab, action queues, on the queues, we have our new one, questions. It is blocking, but it is not paused. We need to make that paused right from the get-go. We're going to automate this when we're all done. So bear with me, guys. And all we got to do now is go to our commands. And again, we're going to double click on the red questions queue command here. We're going to come in here.
Except kids falling off bikes, maybe. Fuck,
Team
I could watch
Venture,
kids
welcome
fall
in.
off bikes all day. I don't give a shit about your kids.
At least the dials you can only blind press easily. All the other options are broken. I don't know what you're talking about. They brought Jules to YouTube because, you know, it's so much more important to streamers. Well, you know. But yeah, so we're going to double click into the questions queue to bring up the edit command hang. We're going to click on enabled, and then we're going to come down here to the sources, and we're going to uncheck YouTube because we're not streaming to YouTube. We don't care about YouTube. We're only on Twitch, right? And we're going to click OK, and you're done. That's it. Your TTS system is now set up for use on Twitch. Okay, so now we're going to go back and we're going to do this one more time, but now we're going to set it up for the dual streamers out there. Okay, so we're just going to go to commands. We're going to get rid of this, delete you. We're going to come in the action queues. We're going to delete you. Are we? Oh, do we have one? Oh, we don't have one. By act, oh, well, fucking, we'll get rid of this and delete all the actions first. Now we can delete the queue. That's what it was. I was reading that wrong. I was like, there's nothing using it. There we go. Okay. So here we go. One more time. Are y'all bored yet? So this is the setup of the import code for those of you that are streaming to both YouTube and Twitch. Okay. So again, we're going to come into our streamer bot and we're going to click on import, and you're going to get your import dialog box here and the zip file that you got from the Ko-Fi, either by clicking on the link in the pinned message on Twitch or down in the description below on YouTube, the Ko-Fi link. Click that. You're going to grab the Bearded Inks Enhanced TTS Q System zip file. You're going to unzip it. You're going to have two files inside. One is a .sb, one is a .txt. If this throws up a trigger on your Windows firewall or your antivirus, you can safely ignore it. All they are text files that have a bunch of random fucking code in it, right? That's all it is. Both of them are exactly the same. Okay, one is just a StreamerBot file, which is unrecognized by a lot of Windows machines, which is cause for the pop-up, but I promise you they're safe. We're going to use this one right now. We're going to click and drag over to the import string. We're going to let go. You're going to see here we have our 5 actions, our 1 queue, and our 1 command. and we're going to click import. We're going to be told that our command is being imported is going to be set to disabled. Oh no, shudder the thought. We're going to say okay. And that's it. Your import is complete. You can now get rid of all this if you want to, or save it forever and ever for posterity because Bearded Ink made it and you want a present. I don't know. All right. So now that we have this all set up, you basically have even less to do if you're dual streaming. You're not going to be deleting anything. We're going to be leaving everything same. We're just going to set up some things. So we're going to go start setup here. Again, we have our Twitch broadcast. When the broadcast gets started, it's going to populate our YouTube variables so we can get our broadcast ID. So what comes out first? An opening of YouTube's API or dark mode in StreamerBot? Ooh, the race is on. My money is dark mode, knowing how YouTube operates. I mean, they spent 6 months trying to allow their own shorts to be 3 minutes long before they finally made it happen. And then it still doesn't work the way they wanted it to. So my money's on Nate in dark mode. StreamerBot has a beautiful original Windows color. Yeah, Windows 98 gray. I love it too. And then we have our Twitch channel going live. So once the stream is online, then it will populate the variable that we can pull from the Decapi site. So we need to come down to our sub actions now. Okay. OG98, that's right. And then we're going to click on this fetch URL. It's the third sub action down. Double click into that, and you're going to see right here your Twitch username here, followed by a question mark. Again, do not delete the question mark. Okay. And then we're going to type in our Twitch username. We're going to spell it correctly this time because I'm awesome. Leave everything else as it is. I've already formatted that URL for you. I've given it the variable name for you. I've done all of the hard work. I even did math. I spent 6 hours in a private YouTube stream doing math for you. You're welcome. Okay, we're going to click OK. Leave everything else here. We don't have to delete anything this time. Okay, we're good. We're going to go down to number 2, TTS questions. Again, this is the main functionality of the entire system. We don't have to delete anything. We need the if statement here because we need to figure out, did the ask come from Twitch or did it come from YouTube? And that's what this command source variable does. So when something is asked, I can't show you right here, but it'll populate with either Twitch, YouTube, Trovo, wherever the source came from that they are sending that chat command from. And this is what's going to tell us what to populate for the profile picture. Okay. So we have the links come in. We have our profile picture gets pulled in. We have our OBS raw, which is basically going to give us some uptime so we can do some math later. Don't worry, you don't have to do the math. Again, I already did it for you. You're welcome. But we do have to set up SpeakerBot. Again, same thing as always, voice alias. Make sure that it is spelled correctly and it is exactly as it appears in your SpeakerBot voice aliases. You can find it under settings, voice aliases, the name you gave it right here. I just named my YT mascot because why not? Any name, again, that you give it under here by picking one, we can do, let's do Moxie, I guess, I don't know. And then we'll add Moxie to our list. There it is. Any name that appears here has a random chance to be picked. So if you want your TTS to have multiple voices, just for some fun or, non-monotony, you can add as many here as you want. And whatever's added here will randomly get picked to be the voice for whichever question is being read. If you don't want one, say you've added Moxie and you don't really want that, just highlight it, right click on it and say delete, and it's gone. It's done. Make sure you save settings. Always save settings in SpeakerBot. Every time you make a change, you go to a new tab, save your settings. Let's get in the habit of saving settings, guys. Okay. But our voice alias name, that's the important part. That tells SpeakerBot which voice to use. We're going to come back to our Discord basic webhook for the final time. Okay. We're going to double click into here. We need to get our webhook information. So we're going to go into our Discord place. We're going to find the channel in our server that we want to use to have this stuff populated. And as you can see, again, there's Jeff. There is their profile picture. There is their name as the one who posted the question. Here is the question that they've asked. And then, as you can see, we have 2 links here. The final countdown. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah. We can see the answer on Twitch, or we can see the answer on YouTube. Enhanced. This is something Pirate Software doesn't have, and I'm so proud of this. Timestamps on YouTube. Yes, I figured out how to do it without C#. You're welcome. All right. So basically what this is it's a webhook, right? So it's not a real account. Like I can't go here and view your profile. There is nothing. It will say app next to the name. So basically I'm just telling it what name to put as the name of whoever said it. And I'm just using your username for that purpose. Like I'm using your profile picture. Right. This is all public information. You know, it's the name that you've set up and the profile picture you've chosen for your account. That's the only 2 things. Like I said, nobody's going to get any information off you by there's nothing to do here. Right. It's not a real user. It's just placeholders, and I'm placeholding them with your information. But we're going to click on the little cogwheel up here, and we're going to use the applause button. Okay. We're going to come down here to integrations, and we're going to click on webhooks, and then you're going to click on new webhook because you won't really have anything here. This will be gone. But when you click on new webhook, it'll pop up this. We're going to click to open it. You're going to give it a name. I've given mine the name of TTS Ask. You can name it whatever you want. It doesn't matter. If you want your TTS webhook name to be Big Hairy Man Butts, then it can be Big Hairy Man Butts. I don't care. You do you, boo-boo. Okay. Make sure that the channel is right. If you do the cogwheel on the channel, it will always populate to that channel. And then we're going to come back in without closing all this. We're going to come back into the bot where it says your webhook name. That's what we're going to do. Get rid of all that text. We don't need it anymore. Paste in our webhook name. Now we go back to Discord and copy webhook URL. We need that button. It copied it. It let us know it copied it. Right here. Your webhook URL here. Boom. Get rid of all that. We don't need you. Get out of here. Paste our webhook URL in there. And we're done. We don't have to delete anything because we're on Twitch and YouTube now. So we're badasses. We click OK. And that's done. We're done, right? We don't need to edit and copy all this. We don't need to delete or copy all this. We can go right to number 5, play question. This is the Stream Deck button or a mod only chat command. Set your trigger. If you want to do a chat command, that's fine. Make sure it's mod only, so that way your users who are asking the question can't force them to be answered. I highly recommend that you only have it as a deck button, whether you're using an Elgato Stream Deck or the streamer.bot deck that is included with StreamerBot, whatever it is, whatever the case is, you know. You're just using Jeff for his name and profile. I am. Thank you, Jeff. I'm not a stalker, I promise. Also, could you leave more cookies outside your windowsill? Thanks. All right. So once you have your trigger set up, right, we're gonna dive into this real quick, but we need to go over to our commands. We need to enable the command, and all we have to do is right click this time and click enabled because we're not deleting anything. We want them to come from Twitch and YouTube. So right click, choose it enabled, make sure it changes from red text to black text. We're going to go to our action queue, and you'll notice again, the action queue by default is not paused. And this is the bad thing. This is what Jeff was talking about. So if we go back and look at Jeff's wonderful question, my first queued question always auto plays. Does this enchanted fix that? Or can I set queue to pause on StreamerBot start? And the question is yes to both of those. Okay, so we're going to do that functionality right now. I'm going to add this in. I'm going to make a new export. If you have gone along and followed along from the Ko-Fi download, you'll notice it says this is a preview, right? It is pretty much the final version, but I did leave some things out purposefully just to be able to explain them. I know you can hate me later. Just love me right now. So what we want to do is we want to go to our actions, and we're going to click on number 1, start setup, right? And we're going to add a new sub action. That's the word I was looking for. We're just going to come over here. We're going to do core. We're going to go to our queues or action queues right here, and we're going to set an action queue pause state. We're going to pick the questions queue and set it to pause. And we're just going to leave it at the bottom. And we're just going to do this. So as soon as we go live and the broadcast goes live on either YouTube or Twitch or both, it'll run this and it will set the pause state to pause, or the queue to paused. Okay. So once that's done, we're going to pretend it's already been done. Boom. Right. So now that it is all paused. And that was one thing that I noticed a lot of people were having problems with, because they weren't setting their queues to be blocking. And if you don't set it to be a blocking queue, the pause and resume features, which is what we use to play one at a time, will not play just one at a time. So if you're running into any issues, if you're trying to set this up on your own and you don't want to use my script, that's completely fine. But know this, when you make your queue, not only does it need to be paused, but it also needs to be blocking. Otherwise, if you have 30 things in here in the block or in the paused queue, and you hit the button to resume the queue, it's going to play all 30 of them, and it won't stop unless it's blocking.
Kids falling off bikes, maybe. Fuck, I could watch kids fall off bikes all day. I don't give a shit.
Channel manager, welcome in. Can you get a uwu? Sure, uwu. You like that? I have a very manly uwu. So now that everything is set up, I'm gonna copy this here real quick that we just did, because I'm not using this version. I'm using this version because I have other stuff. You can see my setup is a little bit longer here, so I'm gonna paste this in. Oh, I already did. Never mind. So this will be one that I export after this stream is over. Not when I'm done, Chance. That's the whole point of this thing, dude. That's the whole point. We have a queue system for your questions, my dude. Exclamation point, ask. Ask your question. I'll get to it when I can, right? That way you don't have to wait till we're done. Just ask your question. Yeah. But yeah, so what I've done, and you might have seen when Jeff asked their question, I have some things coming up in OBS. It is very, very basic. We're going to sit here for a little bit and maybe make it a little bit prettier, but I have the user's avatar. I have their question that they asked, and then I have like a little background. It looks pretty stupid, to be fair. We just threw it together last week on the live. And we just have this every time we play a message, it's going to come through and it turns all of those on so that everybody can see it. And it actually shows the question on screen, not just hearing it with the TTS. So while it's reading it out, you can actually see it and read along with the question. So we're going to play around with that for a little bit as well. But other than that, that's the only change, right? Evie! Apparently I have Twitch alerts on. Weird. Also kind of gross. Oh, I know why I did that. Never mind. I was helping Herb set up some things. Evie Raid, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. I'm now watching myself. Another thing I want to add before we make this the final version that will be put on Ko-Fi permanently with the tutorial video and everything, is I want to give feedback. That's another thing that a lot of the TTS systems, well, I can't say a lot of the TTS systems out there because I only know of two. I only know of, well, three, mine and Pirate Software, right, has the most popular TTSQ system out there. Mine is better because I have figured out how to link to YouTube, which he can't do. And he even talks about that on his live stream when he talks about his TTS system. And he talks about, he's like, we only have links to the Twitch VOD. So if you're on YouTube, you have to watch the Twitch VOD to see the answer because we can't get timestamps on YouTube. Guess what I figured out how to do? Get timestamps on YouTube. Which will be another tutorial for those of you who want to use it for other things. But there's also no feedback, right? What do you mean did not work? So like we just have Chances asked a question there. And there's his question. There's Chance's question right there. It's waiting, right? It's waiting for me to press that button. But because Chance asked the question, I didn't acknowledge it. Nobody else acknowledged. There's no feedback to Chance that their question was received. So I want to find a way to receive or give that feedback. And what we might do is I might do another action that is tied to the same trigger. But basically just a real quick message in chat, nothing audio, nothing visual, just a message to the chat that says, thank you, user, your question has been added to the queue. Just to give that little bit of feedback to let you know, oh, my shit did go through. Thank you. Right? So we're going to mess around with that a little bit. We're going to play around with a couple of things. And for those of you that have downloaded the link from Ko-Fi today and following along, your setup is complete. Feel free to start testing it out on your streams or, you know, your off stream. Yeah, if ask is triggered, then send a message. But I want to make sure that the message is in the queue. So we might have to do some checks. There's a couple different ways we can go about it. We might try a couple of things and see what we get, and see what we try. See what we can come up with and which one works the best. Because remember, we're going to have to do an if statement because we have to know whether we're sending the message to Twitch or sending it to YouTube, right? So we've got to do that as well. But that's the big thing, is the feedback. I want to give feedback. And then the other big thing is I want to make my YouTube one look pretty. So other than that, I mean, it's pretty fucking phenomenal. And I tell you, I know I've said this quite a bit, but I really am proud of this thing. And one of the things I'm most proud of is this right here. See the answer on YouTube. And what happens is if I click this, we go to the site, it brings this up, right? It brings this up and you have to click play, but look at where the timestamp is, right? We're live right now. We're way over here. So if I click play, it'll go right to Jeff's questions every Saturday. Now there is a delay on the TTS because TTS Monster does have a delay, but as you can see,
Jeff
it pops up.
Nurges asked my first queued question always autoplays.
Yep.
Does this enchanted fix that?
It
Or
will.
cab I set Q to passed on SB start?
So yeah, we have that, right? Obviously on Twitch, because we are live on Twitch, if I click this one, it's going to go to the Twitch VOD, right to where the question is being asked.
Jeff Nurges asked
But-
my first queued question always auto.
Twitch has that in their API. We're getting the address from Decapi to get our VOD URL to be able to put in there, right? But all of that math that I did to turn milliseconds into hours and minutes and hours back into milliseconds and to find the exact moment when I need to send that, you don't have to worry about all that. I did all that for you. And that's what all that stuff is on the webhook, by the way. All of this stuff down here, all of this weird fucking text, all of this. So we have our see the answers on
You guys do
Twitch.
CrossFit?
You can cross
Here's-
fuck off.
Here's your math, that OBS raw that we're getting in and pulled in earlier. We're dividing it, getting the milliseconds out of the way, right? So you don't have to worry about any of that. All you got to do is turn this on, set your webhook, and those links will go directly to your live stream or to your VOD or to your replay if you're on YouTube. Benny, welcome in. How are you? Good to see you. And I'm actually really proud of that. This is, and I don't know if Evie is still here from the raid. We love Evie to death. Evie was with me in that private stream that I did on YouTube while I was doing all of the math. Okay.
Applause.
Another lazy and snowy day. Nice. But yeah, we did that, and she helped me a lot. We walked through some things. She helped me test things out. It was about a 5.5 hour. I expected it to be an hour, maybe 2, and then we just kept finding things I had to get right or I had to get working, because the VOD thing, especially the Twitch side, if you use the ones on Pirate Softwares, and I'll show you his, because I mean this is the inspiration right here, right? This is the inspiration. This is what I wanted to emulate, but as you can see, he's only got the Twitch, right? And it doesn't go exactly to that question every time, and the reason it doesn't is not a problem with him. It's not anything they did wrong in setting their stuff up. Okay, make that abundantly clear right now. Pirate Software has set his up amazingly. It's a problem with a cache system on the Twitch API calls. So anytime you call the video URL or the VOD URL, it caches that in your system for 5 minutes, right? So if he were to answer, say, 3 questions in a row and presses his answer TTS button on his stream deck 3 times in less than 5 minutes, they would all have a timestamp within like 1 or 2 seconds of each other and not to the actual start of that question, right? And for me, I'm like, that's not cool, right? Because I want to be able to go directly to when that
Except kids
question
falling off
goes.
bikes, maybe. Fuck, I could watch kids fall off bikes all day. I don't give a shit about your kids.
Holy double, what are you tempted for? Hi, Infinity. Gonna settle in and learn. Cool. We just covered all the initial setup. So welcome in. We're just kind of bullshitting around now. Gonna play around and make it even better before we do the final export. So, but welcome in. Glad to have you. What are you tempted for, Benny? What are you talking about? You're scaring me, dude. But yeah, so anyway, because of that caching system, that's why I grabbed the URL the way that I do. And during our setup, we get the fetch URL, the fetch URL. But the only thing we're grabbing is that COD is that code piece that is just the URL for the VOD, right? So we're not worried about the timestamps, trying to get the timestamp from a set marker or anything like that. I was prepared. I'm always prepared, dude. What are you talking about? And then I wanted to do the same thing for YouTube, and then I found through a lot of research and a lot of trial and error and a lot of math and Evie in chat laughing at me about it. We got it to work. So we have to the second timestamps on YouTube now. You're welcome. I created that. I invented that. That has never, well, I won't say never, but it has not been done before. And certainly not without C# code in StreamerBot or JavaScript in MixItUpBot. And it's going to be a thing now. So I'm going to go do a whole new tutorial on that, because you guys can use YouTube stream markers for a fuck ton of things beyond just the TTS system, right? You can highlights, clips, fucking go back. You can post it to Discord with a timestamp on it and go directly to that moment. Now the sky's the limit with that. You used to only be able to do that with Twitch, and now I have it set up so we can do that with YouTube as well. And I'm very, very, very proud of that. I love when I get to make shit work that wasn't designed to work, you know? Yeah, so we got the thing. So let's go ahead. We have a question in the queue. Let's go ahead and check it out here. Oh, we got a TTS monster. Notice the delay.
Have you found a way to control the display state on /off when start ops?
So maybe the little anime voice wasn't the best thing, but so now if we go look at our Discord, we can see that there it is. There's Chance the Rapper. And the question they asked, and then we can see the answer on Twitch or YouTube, which will take us right to this moment right now. Says, have you found any way to control the DSK state on off when starting OBS? What is the DSK? I'm sorry, I don't follow. It's alive. Yeah, I did. When I figured that out, I don't know. Like I said, I don't think Evie's still here. Bless her. But I was like, oh, the downstream keyer plugin. Okay. Thank you. Found a way to control the downstream. I don't even, I think I have the downstream keyer installed. I have never fucking used it. So does the downstream keyer, how do you control the state of it by default? Is it hotkeys? Is it, you have to tab out and click on it? I don't have a need for it. What am I going to use it for? I told you, my streams are very minimalistic, dude. For those of you that don't know, let's go. I got it because it was such a hyped up thing when it first came out, and Nutty and Terrier Darts and Gal Level and fucking everybody, oh, the fucking downstream keyer, and Andy Lippy went fucking supersonic with his put your rock on the stone, and fucking like, dude, like my dog could hear him screaming like downstream keyers. Okay, like let's go look at it. And then I downloaded it, and I have no need for it. The computer store, met an Aussie last night, told me they don't have a Best Buy, but had that. What? Oh, Hi-Fi is his name. Yeah. So, oh, here's the Andy Lippy video. This dude, I love Andy Lippy, but good Lord, dude, he needs to breathe a little bit. So basically, okay, here's what the downstream keyer does, right? Is it adds a dock to your thing where you can have certain elements of your stream that persist through a scene change, right? And maybe it does more than that. I don't know. But basically, like you see my little smash the subscribe button, see count update live, and it's pointing to the 1079. You see that on stream, right? That's my live count for the number of subscribers on YouTube. If I go to the just chatting scene, it's still there. If I go to the starting soon scene, it's still there. I don't need a dock to do that. You know, does that make sense? Like, I'm not knocking the plugin. Like, I know the value that it can bring. It just doesn't to me. It's good for channel points that you want above everything else. You know what else works for that? Having your channel point redeems in a scene called alerts and nesting that scene in every other scene. Why add resource usage to OBS when that functionality is already, and it's not like it's difficult to do. That's my, I'm like, I'm not knocking it. I couldn't even make an OBS plugin. So, you know what I mean? But the functionality of this one to me is very redundant, and I don't understand the hype behind it. Now I understand like Andy Lippy does the lower thirds as his example, right? And he has a different transition based on what scene you're going to, so it can like pop up, it'll pop down, it'll slide in from the left. That's kind of cool. You know what else can do that? The Move plugin that I already have. It's just everything that this thing does, OBS already has that functionality. Like, why reinvent the wheel? You got channel points on YouTube. What do you mean you have channel points on YouTube without that plugin? So you do have this plugin, or you don't? I don't. Sorry. I'm very slow today. But anyway, back to your question, which was, found a way to control the state on off when you start OBS. I have not, because I haven't messed with it, but let's take a look. So again, when this is all on, we'll auto add to scenes. So example, I usually borders DSK, so I don't have to add borders to 50 scenes. It just happens. Okay. That's pretty cool. I understand that. And you don't have to nest the scenes and stuff like that. Create a new scene, it auto adds the borders. Okay. That's cool. I have no need for 50 scenes. So, you know, again, I'm a very minimalist. I consider myself a minimalist streamer, right? I don't have a lot of hoop and hype and shit going off, and, you know, that's just not me, right? You click to turn a scene on and control click to turn it off. Can you set hotkeys for DSK? Instead of click and control click, can you set hotkeys to do that in OBS? Like, you should be able to, right? Yes. Okay, well, there's your answer. There's your answer. So what you're going to do is you're going to set a hotkey to enable, and then set the hotkey to disable. And let's say you do Control Shift 0, I don't know, whatever it is, right? So then what you're going to do, no, not that. What you're going to do is you're going to come in, and you're just going to have the core here. We're just going to do do a hotkey press. We're going to emulate the press there. The scene just has an issue of it being on when you boot OBS. Okay, so here's what you do. We'll set the hotkey, which would be under system here, keyboard press, and then what we do, what did we say it was? Control-Shift-0, whatever, right? So then your trigger would be OBS stream started. Any of your OBS versions. So when you go live and you click the button in OBS, go live, it automatically presses Control-Shift-0. That hotkey in OBS disables your DSK or turns it off. That would be the fastest, easiest, simplest way. Now, I don't know, again, like some of the plugins that I do use have a slight delay for when I go live and when they get activated. And if that's the case with DSK, all you got to do is come in and go core, delay, give it a delay of like, I don't know, 5 seconds, 5,000 milliseconds. And then press the hotkey. That is how you track forward with the deck button. What, Control-Shift-0? Maybe that's stuck in my head because you've been worried about media controls for like 6 months now. Does that help you, Chance? Does that make sense? If you can set the hotkeys in OBS, just control the hotkeys with StreamerBot when you go live. Super simple. People underestimate the value of hotkeys in OBS. I want to show you something. If I open up OBS settings and I go to hotkeys, I want you just to look how many hotkeys I can have for every scene, for every source in every scene. You guys, you don't understand. There are literally, I can mute, unmute audio sources with a hotkey. I can play, pause, stop, record, media playback. You know, etc. If you, okay, so you're using the OBS RAW. Let me get back. Let me get back to that. Oh, hi. Wrong button. This is what I meant to do. So if you're gonna use OBS RAW to get the status and stuff like that, you can do that too. The big thing is your streaming started, right? So set that as your trigger to run your OBS RAW command to get the status, and if status is on, set it to off or whatever it is that you need it to do when you first go live, right? Like you said, you wanted it to be off because it defaults to on. So do the same thing. Yeah, with that one, just get your OBS RAW data, and then the next sub action down is going to be an if else statement. If data equals enabled, then do this, right? Easy peasy. Yeah. So if the hotkeys thing doesn't work for you, that's fine. That was just a simple solution. But if you're already getting the data, then you can do that. Yeah. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. You use hotkeys in OBS is handy. It is. Yeah. The hotkeys are one of the most underrated features of OBS, I think. You know, and running OBS as an admin is an absolute must. If you don't run OBS as admin, guys, fix that problem right now. But yeah, so there we go. There we go. Now I can look at my, oh, we got another question. I swear everybody I like to watch decides to stream at the same time. Well, I'm the only one that matters, so. Uh-oh. We're going to have to add an if statement. I'm going to have to make my mocking bot not ask a question. Can I get rid of this? Just kidding. So Robot Beard is going to ask his own question. That's kind of funny. But we have some questions here, so let's add the next one. But yeah, I mean, King, everybody you like to watch is live right now. I'm the only one that matters, and the rest of them you can go watch their VODs later. The robot knows it's a good question. Yeah, just in case. Let's answer it again. All right, so let's do the next one then.
Infinity Hearts Infinity asked, I know you don't vertical stream, but when doing both a 9:16 or 16 to 9 at the same time, streamer but will record both chats into the chat dock it has. Yet commands only work on the horizontal.
So, oh, and it continues? Okay. I was like,
Infinity Hearts Infinity asked, contents, and not the vertical, is there any way we can try to make the actions work in the mobile vertical stream? When a mobile user use a command, it shows on the horizontal and not vertical.
okay. Let me go back and read this as an entire question then. All right, so I know you don't use the vertical stream. No, but I used to. Before we go any further, I'm going to stop right there. Are you using the ATM vertical plugin? Is that where you're getting this stuff and all that from? Or are you using the RTMP and you have your own vertical set up? I'm assuming you're using ATM. Yes, okay. But when doing both portrait and landscape at the same time, which is the whole point, yeah, StreamerBot will record both chats into the chat dock it has, yet commands only work on the horizontal and not the vertical. Now, okay, I don't have the answer for that. Because I'm not going to be able to find it. Whipstick Stop Go is the one that is responsible for the StreamerBot chat, right? Okay. See Sharp use something? Yeah. No, he has actually addressed that in one of his tweets about 3 weeks ago. And there is a lot more functionality coming into the play that he is adding. You do know that they have just added the chat where you can actually like make it a dock in OBS that connects through the web sockets, and you don't have to like use that any dock thing and all that. Like it just comes in kind of like your Twitch stuff does when you connect your account. Using the WebSockets connections has a different workaround than using a regular command or using the quick actions in the chat, but they all still work. There's more functionality coming to that. There's more functionality coming focused for vertical streaming, and he is looking into issues of why things are different, because they should be the fucking same, right? If you do a command or whatever, it should fucking work. So the issues are known and they are being worked on. As far as like an ETA of when that is going to change or come out, I couldn't tell you. I have no part of that back end stuff, right? But as Chance has said, Andy Lippy has a quick and dirty kind of fix where you can control that. And I will try to find because he did 2 versions and one of them was absolutely kind of gross. I'll find the good version, and then I will post that in the Discord. I will post that in the bot help here for you guys, so you can look at the Andy Lippy thing. Because again, like I said, I don't vertical stream. I did once. It's not really my thing. You know what I mean? I don't have a need for it. Again, very minimalist. And my things don't help being vertical because it's so much smaller. Hi, Ronnie. Welcome in. So like trying to zoom in to see what I'm typing in StreamerBot is not conducive to a vertical audience. You know what I mean? Like there's no point to it, right? So if I zoom in here to look at this, you know what I mean? Like if you're on your phone, like, what the fuck is he typing? I can't. Did he just write penis? I think he wrote penis. You know. So I just don't. It doesn't. But yeah, keep up on the updates. And if I hear anything more from Whipstick, I will be sure to make sure that I either tag you in it or post it with your name on it so that you can see. But otherwise, you know, just wait for and I'll get that Andy Lippy hi-fi. Can you do a find Andy Lippy vertical chat fix for Infinity, please? And then we'll get that going. At least it'll be something better than what you have now, than nothing that you have now. And then we'll go from there. But yeah, honestly, I'm among the rare few that wait for an official fix instead of a workaround fix, unless it is absolutely necessary. So I'm more inclined to be like, oh, just fucking wait until Whipstick fixes it, you know. But if you are primarily a vertical streamer, that is a big deal, right? So the workaround is going to be what you need until then, and I get that. So I'll do everything I can to help you find it. If anybody else can find it before me and wants to post it in the chat for a link to Andy Lippy's stuff, go right ahead. I don't block any of that stuff here. It's all about help and getting the answer. I don't care who it comes from, right? And I love Andy Lippy. I just wish the dude would breathe a little bit more. He's fucking so hyper. Everybody that does YouTube tutorials, not well, OBS and streaming related tutorials, my niche over here, they're all so goddamn hyper, dude. Hey-o, duckies. Yeah, I mean, I love him to death. He's a great dude, very, very smart. But holy shit, dude. Like, I honestly, I think his desk chair has a seat belt in it to keep him from falling out, because he's just like, fuck the god. Like, that hurt. That was my rib. So, you know, like, it's just, I can't do that. I can't do this. This is probably the most excited I've been about a tutorial in a while. And even there, I'm just like, let's get it done. Here's how you do it. Learn with me, people, right? Xanax is your best friend. Yeah. I mean, again, and nothing against them, right? Like Andy Lippy, fucking Terrier Darts, Nutty. Well, maybe a little bit against Nutty. You know, Gal Level, fucking Michael Fayer. They're good. They're smart. What they do is great. If they could just, I need you to take about 35% off the top of that there, Squirrely Dan. Just bring it down. And it would be great, you know. But other than that, anyway, I digress. I think we got a robot bearded question.
Robot Bearded asked, contains and not the vertical. Is there any way we can try to make the actions work in the mobile vertical stream? When a mobile user uses a command, it shows on the horizontal and not vertical.
Oh my god. Does anybody else find the irony in that question was a mockbot question of the original? And then I get the fucking TTS voice that is all like snarky and mocking. That was perfect. But you don't like Nutty? It's my second fave. Also remember they're younger. No, I absolutely love Nutty. I fucking love Nutty. I think his tutorials are shit. He doesn't teach you anything. He's like, I made a new thing. We're super hyper about it. But also, I'm not going to make a dedicated tutorial on it because I'm doing this while I'm live. So you're going to have to deal with all of my alerts and pop-ups and everything. And I'm just going to keep on talking through all of it because we're going to get this out because I got to make an 8-minute video. But I'm going to talk for 16 minutes. So I'm going to compress it all down here. Let me show you what I did there. Go download it off my Patreon. You're welcome. The dude is one of the best fucking programmers I have seen in the last 10 years. I fucking love Nutty. His ideas, his creativity, off the fucking charts. His tutorials, dog shit. I had to watch one of his videos 17 times to understand what the fuck he was trying to teach me. Okay. I love Nutty. Dude. Again, that was a good voice. That was my Nutty. How did I do? Nobody clip that. Please don't clip that and send it to him. He's gonna fucking have like the Australian fucking Green Berets come up through my floorboards and assassinate me in my sleep or some shit. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, again, I love Nutty. I love Andy Lippy and Michael Fayer. Michael Fayer has the best ideas for tutorials in this genre, in this niche that we are all in. Michael Fayer has the best ideas for tutorials. The worst production value and getting to explain it. He is more about the flash bang. Look at my cool animations that I made for these transitions to tell you, click here. Like, bro, just tell me to click there. Show me where to click. Do the clicking. I don't need 27 YouTube transitions trying to play to a fucking algorithm that doesn't care about this niche. Just teach me. He's great. And I just, just, I don't know. Yeah. And so, yeah, you've had to rewatch a few of Nutty's too. Yeah. It's just, and that's their style. There are people. Yeah. There you go, Malcolm. Yeah, Nutty is good. Nutty is great. I would put Nutty out of everybody that deals with StreamerBot outside of Nate, who's the one that creates it, and possibly Whipstick Go, because he's like a co-creator. He does all the chat and stuff. And Whipstick Stop Go is also the one that does the stream deck for StreamerBot. Outside of those two, if you're dealing with StreamerBot or OBS, I think Nutty is probably the top 3 of all time. And that includes Exeldro, right? The guy that makes all the plugins and shit. Yeah, I think Nutty's in the top 3 of people that can code for those, right? He is an amazing coder, super fucking smart, very, very funny. His humor cracks me the fuck up. His tutorials piss me the fuck off. You can't even really call them tutorials. They're more like show-offs. And not in a bad way. Like, this is a show-off, right? What we're doing right now, But it's not a tutorial, it's a show-off. Let me show you this cool fucking thing I made. Now go download it off my Patreon. And great for him, But that's not my style. That's not how people learn. That's how people do, right? And if you do and it breaks, you can't do anymore. If you learn, then you get to do, and if it breaks, you fix, and then you keep doing. And that's my whole thing. But yeah, my dog is currently nipping at my knee. We're gonna run some ads on Twitch, and I'm gonna go BRB and take him potty. So bear with us. Thank you for hanging out so far. We'll do some more functionality stuff. We'll try to get some stuff going to make this final when I return. And then, yeah, we'll be right back. So hang tight. And sorry about the ads on Twitch, guys, but we got to do it. And when that happens, if you peg your microphone, that was a really bad choice of words. If you peak your microphone, please don't peg your microphone. That's gross. If you peak your microphone, we're not going to be talking about that. It's not that kind of stream. Maybe tomorrow. No, but if you peak your microphone.
What you do?
I got Cheetos.
Give me.
I am Cheetos.
Oh.
Oh! I'll fucking fight you, bro. Hello, Crow. What do you know? My name's Joe. How does it go? Is he wearing a mask like that? Did he just... Did he just smell his finger? I didn't even hesitate. I can honestly say that is the first time I have ever hit the W key and the shift to run without looking at the keyboard to make sure I was hitting the right buttons in my entire fucking life. Boom, boom. So there we go. So now, if anybody in chat says I love you or exclamation point ILY, I'll get a notification.
You sound like a cigarette, Mom. Like you smoke 80 cigarettes a day. Hey, won't you go to the shop and buy your mom some cigarettes? No. No, I won't. That's gross.
Oh, fuck, I love it so much.
No.
I don't even honestly...
No, because I believe that you would beat Matt in Wii Boxing. I believe it. I feel it. I know you can.
I'd totally beat Matt in Wii Boxing.
Yeah.
Who's Matt?
Matt is the final boss. What, you don't know the Matt meme? Of
No.
Matt from fucking Wii Boxing?
No.
He is the final boss.
Not a little fucking bottle, guys. This is... It smells like somebody ate a big salad and farted. I'm not looking forward to this. So here we go. Ranch dressing soda. Oh my god. That is so bad. Now I'm gonna regret that for the next week. Pumpkin pie. Let me pull my puke bucket out. We're gonna do the smell test first. Smells like a Bath and Body Works. A little bit, yeah. Have a wee nip of it. Here we go. It's not. All right, we're back. Thank you for being patient. Doggy is pottied. I had a coughing fit. Hurt myself. But I got more drinks, so we're okay. All right, we were gonna add some things to this, wasn't I? What was I gonna do? I forgot what I was gonna do. Oh, we have a question waiting. Let's do TTS.
King asked, I got one for you. I want to show an image of the game I'm currently playing on stream. I know I could pull it from the category in Twitch. Wonder how I could do that.
Yeah, there are quite a few ways you can actually do that. You can get, like you said, you can get the image from the category, things like that. But I'm going to show you a really simple way, if I can remember. This is how I do it on Twitch. And I assume you're on Twitch. Where is my screen management? And starting. So where is it? Yep. Okay. So what you want to do is there's two things you want to do. The first thing you want to do is you want to add target info from the broadcaster. Let me zoom in here. You're going to add target info from broadcaster, right? That's you. And what that's going to pull in, it's going to pull in all of the variables on Twitch for the game you're playing, the broadcast ID, or your URL. It's going to put all of the information about you, your tags, your title, and the category, which is what we're interested in. And it'll populate that with a URL what we have set here as game art. So what I'm going to do, where did it go? The second thing you want to do is you want to set that browser source to that URL. How can I do this? The best way I can do this, let's see. Start. I have a regular start. Here we go. I'm gonna not run the commercial. And we'll test this. Run. Okay. Did it actually create the prediction, I wonder? I hope not. Good. Oh, damn it. All right. Oops. Let me get back over here. That's 2 wins for you. Did you win the last one? And then we go start to... Nope. Oh, there. Yeah. Fuck. Oh, well. That's fine. That's fine. It was 1 to 2 hours, by the way. Okay. So because this was a test, it's not going to populate everything. Of course, we're also live here, so we're going to get some of these. All right. Let me find my not chatting to game. There we go. Start. Forgot where I put it. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm getting there. Oh, yeah. We're getting there, King. I forgot where I put it. I know I have it in here somewhere. No, that's not it. Game info.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Welcome to my schoolhouse.
Oh, Thursday and today. Okay. Oh, all right. Game info. Here it is. No, that's a summary. That's not the one I'm looking for. Good Lord. I did this so long ago that I fucking forgot all about it. I know this is where it gets set. What did I... Oh, right, okay. That's what I did. So... Oh, hold on. Okay. All right, King. Sorry about that. I completely forgot. So, okay, we're going to go back. First thing we're going to do is we're going to get our info from our broadcaster, right? Add target info from broadcaster. This is assuming you're on Twitch. If you're going to be on, if you're on YouTube, it's a little bit different. But the next thing we want to do is you want to have the browser source where you're going to show the game art. Oh, excuse me. So sorry. And you're going to put that, the scene in that source, like mine is gameplay, the game art, obviously. For the URL, I'm going to post what I have in the chat here. Okay. And this one here, as you can see, it's a static URL. I have it set to the 600 by 800. You can make it a few different sizes, but this is a standard one. And then you'll see I have the variable for game ID. It's game, a capital I, lowercase d, set there right after box art / and then we have the game ID and then the parenthesis there before the underscore. And what this does is, because we have our broadcaster information pulled in, the game ID from when we go live is set there, and that will replace the game ID here with the proper ID for the game art if game art exists for that game. And then you just set this browser source URL to that URL. It'll populate that variable, and then that image will show up on your stream for the game that you're playing, wherever you have that browser source URL. And then if you ever update your game, like I have a moderator action where they can change the game for me. So like if I switch games or whatever, where's my mod commands? Set game. So it sets the game, and then I have it set to send a message to chat letting us know that the game has been updated. But I also have an action mod set game image, and what this does is it replaces the browser URL. So like my mods can do ! set game and then whatever the game name is, and then it automatically updates that image when that action is run as well. So that's how I do that. And then you don't have to have that the first time. Like when you have it set with just the get information from broadcaster and the browser source, that happens during your start sequence. So whatever your trigger is, whether it's hitting the start button on your deck or clicking start streaming on OBS or whatever, that will trigger, that will populate those values for you. But otherwise, I just do it with the mod command every time I change a game. And that's it. It's that easy. Super simple. Sorry it took so long to find out where I had it. And it had been so long. Well, hi, Team Western. Hi, welcome, man. I missed a couple. I need to do the prediction here. I even told you it was 1 to 2 hours. Who said 20 minutes? Here it is. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. Ow. All right. We are still alive, right? Are we good? Okay. Good. Just doing some dev work. Nice. Get out of here. There we go. All right. I forgot already what I wanted to do with this thing. I know we wanted to add, I wanted to add something. What did I want to add? Does anybody remember? Quick, go back to the VOD when I was talking about this. What did I want to do? This is why I have a reminder command. What is this? Chat confirmation. Yeah. Thank you. That's it. Okay. I think if we can get that, this would be just about perfect, right? Other than styling. You forget a lot as well. Yeah, that my exclamation point remind command basically is just a Discord webhook that sends whatever the raw data is to my private Discord section, and it just says, "Hey, remember when you said this on chat, on stream or whatever? Don't forget." And then it has the message. So, like, you'll see me tell Hi-Fi to do a remind for whatever, because I have it set up where my moderators can use it as well. So if I'm just talking and I'm like, oh fuck, I need to remember blah blah blah, they'll be like, oh yeah, exclamation point remind, remember blah blah blah, you dumbass. I know you copied your video, just forgot to remind. Huh. Yeah, it happens though, Okay, so yeah, I know we have a couple questions, or at least a question in there. We'll get to that in just a second. Trying to think. Now, we talked about this. I know Chance had a couple of ideas too. I'm wondering if we can use the same command. I've never tried that before. So we're going to do that. I'm going to add a new one. We're going to name this number 6. And we're going to call this chat response. Whoops, I forgot to put it in the group. So if we do a delay to make it look like it took a little bit, let's do 5 seconds. That's probably pretty good. But we have to also decide who came from where, right? So it is command source. Okay, copy. So we're gonna do this, paste. If command source equals Twitch, we're gonna do one and then else continue and then do the other. So we're getting the info from who redeemed, which is all we need. And from YouTube, we're already going to have it. So we don't really need the if statement. So if I do, we'll get rid of this. So if we just do Twitch, user, get user info from who redeemed user, then we can Twitch Oh, that's right, because we don't need to send a message to YouTube if they're coming from Twitch. That's why we needed. Okay, so what we're gonna do then is we will send. We're to go ahead and finish this off. Chat, send message to channel. Thank you. Whoop, I can't type. For the question, user. It has been added. Typing is hurt. Hey, there you are. Welcome back. It has been added to the queue and will be answered ASAP. Right. Actually, you know what we could do? We could edit this and just, instead of doing if statements. Oops, Twitch. We could just duplicate this. Make this one YouTube. All right. That's too simple. That's too simple. The one command can run to. I mean, I know one command can run multiple actions. I don't want it to get crazy with the variable populations and bulls and stuff, because that can actually end up bogging down. So we don't need this, and this needs to be. Oops, let me copy this over. Copy this text. Get rid of you. We're gonna do a YouTube send a message to channel. You know what we'll do? I'll do a quick command source if statement, but all we're gonna have it do is either continue or break. So we can copy this. We'll go in here. We're gonna paste this here. And if command equals Twitch, we're gonna, whoop, what the hell? What the fuck? I've never seen that before. Give it a moment. Actually, I saw this earlier. And I don't remember from where. Okay. Yeah. Why is it doing that? So if this one equals YouTube, we're going to break, or else we're going to continue on. We don't need this one. And then we can copy this, and we can paste this in the YouTube one, and say instead, if you are Twitch, then break, else continue. So now we have three. Oh, this needs to be a 7. So again, these kind of things I'm not gonna have in the final version, because these are, you know, they're pretty specific to how you want to set your own thing up, but I'm just giving people ideas. So I will showcase what I've done with it, like with this portion, and again with the showing things on screen, you know, with the profile picture and all of that, and give y'all the options of like ideas of how to run with it. I know we got a pretty cool version in our show off channel from last week, from Two Smoking Barrels, who has, it comes up like in the middle of his screen, and then, you know, he uses move source to have things. You have the border can change color and the voice can change and stuff like that. So it's actually really cool what he's done with it. You know, so there's things like that. So now we need to test this, right? So because we're live on both, I need somebody on Twitch to ask a question and somebody on YouTube to ask a question. Doesn't matter who, doesn't matter what. And while y'all are doing that, I'm going to go ahead and answer this next one.
Jeff Nurges asked how to make an OBS questions counter source that is visible if count is greater than 0 and hidden if counter equals 0. Can't get if/else logic working.
Okay. Oops. Yeah, so what, no, hold, it's okay, because that's what we wanted to see. So Hi-Fi asked a question, and Jeff asked a question. Thank you for the question, Jeff. Thank you for the question, Hi-Fi. But it showed up in both places, didn't it? Yeah. And you know why that is? Because I don't. Just kidding. Probably because I spelled something wrong, maybe. I did. I fucking spelled it wrong. God, I'm a fucking idiot, dude. Words are hard. If you spell source with an S, it's not gonna fucking work. Okay, so Fi, ask me a question on Twitch side. Please. Okay. And then Jeff, you want to ask me one on YouTube side? My logic was there. My spelling was off. How many computer programs have been scrapped because somebody made a typo that they couldn't find? I know when I was coding in ActionScript and a little bit of JavaScript, like if you miss a semicolon or put a comma in the wrong space and the whole fucking thing breaks. I remember going through like 10,000 lines of code only for it to turn out to be like one fucking comma that was either missing or in the wrong spot, or a semicolon that wasn't put at the end of a line. Hours spent. Yeah. But for me, I know me and my troubleshooting, I always assume I spelled something wrong. That's the first thing I look at. You're going to have that dream again? Which one? So we have feedback now, which is great. I love that. I personally appreciate that. Oh, the all code? Yeah, it is. Nightmares are dreams too. Okay. So if this was your TTSQ system, let me bring this back over. I'm gonna if this was your TTS system, what would you change or add or whatever to the layout of how it looks? Like, I know Pirate Software has his queue number, so like this would be, oh, this was queue number 12 or whatever. Does that really matter? Not to me, right? Like, I'm not going to add that in because I don't care. Because what happens if we go a whole 4-hour stream and we only get one question? It's happened. You know, do I really need the queue number? No. That, to me, doesn't matter. Now, Pirate Software, who has like 200-300 questions a day, yeah, maybe. But then also, if you look at his, and this is what the kind of where my like OCD brain goes with it. If we look at Pirate Software's, whoops, wrong ones. There he is. Right. So he's got the queue number here. But out of how many? You know? And what this to me is just a show off. Look how many fucking people asked me a question today. Because he doesn't have that feedback in chat. Now, imagine you go to a Pirate Software stream or to a Bearded Ink Saturday Q&A stream or whatever, and you ask a question, right? And you know, oh shit, I got a dentist appointment in 35 minutes and I gotta leave right now, but you've already asked your question. You know when this right here, do you know when this would come in handy? If I can highlight it. Do you know when that would come in handy? This would come in handy if it came in the form of feedback. So if I said, thanks for your question, Hi-Fi, it has been added to the queue in position number, 22, right? And you have to go off to the dentist, but you saw that response in chat that said, oh, I'm question 22. Then you could come back later to my answered TTS and scroll through until you see question number 22. And that's where you know where I answered your question. But there it is. That's the only reason to have that. And that's not a bad idea, right? The problem, though, is that that's not what's happening here. So to me, I mean, as far as Pirate Software goes, this part right here was a cool feature that we found out we could do. Let's add it, and now we show off. Because there's no feedback in his chat that your question has been received. And that was actually, I'll show you this. I'm probably going to get in a lot of trouble for this, but that's okay. Let me show you this real quick. I have this.
No, let me show this to you. Wait.
Okay, so this is when he was explaining his TTS system the other day. And I'm sorry if you can't hear it. I'm going to try to fix that. But let me see.
Until the ads are over?
Okay, so you can. So somebody came in and asked him and said, hey, Did I just lose all my bits because the TTS system didn't go off right away? Somebody came in, paid 500 bits or whatever it was to ask him a question, and then sat there for 20 minutes going. And so they like blew up his chat. Like, did I just lose my fucking money? Did I just lose my money? So he's got to stop and answer.
Let me show this to you. Wait until the ads are over. I'm going to show everybody how the TTS system works. A lot of people don't know this. TTS system does not eat your bits. Don't worry.
TTS system does not eat your bits. Do not worry. He has to stop what he's doing in stream to clarify that. Why? Because he doesn't have a response system. If that user had gotten a message in their chat after they spent their 500 bits that said, hey, dude, you're queue number 22. We'll be with you as soon as possible. Right? Like, he uses it, know what to give to charity. Okay, so the way Pirate Software runs his is he has a thing. It costs you $5 or 500 bits to ask a question on Twitch or a super chat on YouTube to ask a question. And his goes into the queue, just like we have it set up to do here. And then he spends his stream playing and doing whatever and answering his questions, right? So he's like, let's do some TTS now, and he'll answer 2 or 3 questions. So let's go to the end of this day. How many did he answer? 75, 90, 100, 130, 89, 200, 215. Okay, here we go. Number 1. So he answered 220 questions that day. Right? And then the next day he starts off, here's queue number 1. So he answered 220 questions on the stream on the 14th. And so he keeps that money for himself. Well, I mean, he puts it towards his ferret rescue or whatever the fuck else. And yeah, now helping on screen, we can do that. So if, for example, I don't know how many questions came in on this day, but say there were 300 questions, right? So that's 80 questions that he didn't answer. That's $400 in bits that didn't get an answer. And so what he does, what Pirate Software does, is he takes the $400, or 159 in this case, 187 in this. So here's the 14th. No, that's the 4th. Where's the 14th? Where is the 14th? Yesterday. Here it is, 14th. So new debt, $20. So he had 5 questions he didn't get to. Okay. And he adds that to his debt. And then that's the total debt. And then when the debt reaches like a certain amount or whatever, he gives the entire amount. So $10,631. He'll give that to charity. Because he feels like, oh, I didn't earn your money because I didn't answer your question, but you can't refund bits. You can't refund super chats. So instead of keeping the money for himself, he gives it to charity, which is amazing because he gets a lot of fucking questions. And he posts all the pinned messages, show all of the receipts for every charity that he's given the money to and how much they give to those charities. So it's a great thing, you know, nothing against Pirate Software. I love the dude to death. He's amazing. But this part in his answer, TTS, this part bothers me because there's no way for anybody to know what spot they're in. You know what I mean? This is just and I don't mean that like in a negative way, but this is just a show off thing. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I've answered 172 questions. Use that in our response. So we need to figure out how, I mean, basically we can just start we don't have to keep a count. We can just start a timer, or not a timer, but we can start a tracker from the moment we go live. Another variable that starts at 0. And when ask is used, we add 1 to it and then pull that in. Easy. But we'll probably have to make two variables if we want to add it to our message here, right? Because we're going to need to add that. Well, maybe not. Let's see. Every time ask is used, so if we make a new command, let's see. Okay, let's go back here. We don't want to put it in here because these aren't done until the button is pressed. You're finally out of balls. Oh, Hi-Fi is ballless. Now, Pirate does have an on-screen now helping kind of counter. Every now and then, depends. If he's playing World of Warcraft, it's not there. If he's doing a sponsored stream, it's not there. But he does, on his normal overlay, he does have like it'll say like 10 and then slash, 500. And the 500 is how many have been added to the queue. The first number is how many he's answered. So he does have something like that, but I like the more of the now serving, so it doesn't show you like, oh, I've got 27 questions in my queue and we're only on number 3. It's just going to say, hey, we're currently serving number 12. And then you ask your question and pull your little ticket and it shows you that you're number 27, But I think I love the idea here of a chat feedback, just to let you know, hey, we got your question. The command that you sent, it worked. You're good. You're in the queue. Wait your turn, right? But you don't know when your turn is. So I think that's a good idea. We're gonna enhance this enhanced version even more. But let's think about the best way to do that, because we need to set that number at the moment they do ask. We could make it a user. Well, no, because what if somebody asks 2 questions? So it can't be a user global. Because if Hi-Fi asks a question and gets spot number 1, and then Jeff asks a question, then Evie asks a question, and Hi-Fi comes in and asks another question and gets spot number 4, and I haven't answered number 1 yet, it'll overwrite that variable and it'll jump straight to 4. So we can't do it that way. Okay, so I think what we need to do is we just need to add a non-persisted global variable. So we're going to make it non-persistent. This way it resets every time we close the bot, right? So we don't have to worry about it. When asked, have it go up by, yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. So we're going to come in here. We're going to set it to queue position. So I'll just leave it. I know some people like to make these different names, but I don't care. I've never had a problem with it, with a default value of 0. So this is going to get the global variable. If it doesn't exist, then can you make a variable? That's what we're doing right now. Yeah, that's right, Malcolm. So now we're going to have this queue position. If it doesn't exist, then we're gonna, so let's see. It has been added in queue in position number. And then we're going to do And I see all of the fucking hardcore coders out there cringing because I used a capital Q on the first word. So actually, if it's, no, we need to start this at 1 with a default value of 1, because we're going to only increment after. So now we need to set the global. Non-persistent, this is going to be Q position. I really should copy and paste to make sure I spell this right. We're going to increment by 1. So if I do this again, copy, whoops, paste, Craig, copy, paste. So ideally then we get, whether they come from Twitch or YouTube, we get the Q position, we delay for 5 seconds, we tell them thank you, and then hopefully we got that right. And oh, I need to, whoops, copy, paste. Okay, and then after that we increment it by 1. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna do 2 seconds. Okay. 5 seconds is kind of long, and it does happen that if 2 questions come in within the same 5 seconds, they would get the same number, and it would like break everything. So we need to look at that too. It might just take that delay out. But we'll see. All right, so just for shits and giggles, somebody want to ask a question? Doesn't matter what, where. We're just testing things. And we should see a new variable pop up here that says Q position with a value of 1. And then if somebody, there you go. Thank you, Jeff. It should move to 2 now. Okay. So now here's the hard part. So here's the difficult thing, right? Is because now if we look at our queue, we have these questions here. We have all of these questions to answer. And if you're queue number 1, queue number 2, queue number 3, by the time I hit that answer button, this value is going to be different, right? So we need to set that from when you ask into this somehow. Does that make sense? Answer decreases by 1? Well, no, because if we do that, we would have like 27 number 5s. Right, because if you're number 4 and somebody else comes in and asks a question, they get number 5, and then we decrease it again, the next one will be number 5 again. But what I'm looking at now is, even if I add this to our webhook and say, you know, here is your queue spot. It's going to pull whatever it currently is. If there are only 5 in the queue count, no, it shouldn't. We have it start at 1. So because the way this works here, hold on. The way we have it, so we're getting the queue position. We're getting what it currently is right now. And currently right now, it is number 4. Right? So, yeah, I can have the counter increase every time we click a deck button, but the problem with that is it won't be in the response. I guess we could make, yeah, we could just make a new one. Yeah, okay. They just had to work together. But do you see what I'm saying, Jeff? So now we're getting this global position. As soon as you do exclamation point ask, we're getting the queue position, right? Which is currently, whoops. Currently it's number 4. Okay. So if you look back in the chat, question 1 has been asked, question 2 has been asked, question 3 has been asked, but question 4 has not yet been asked. So when you ask your question, you will then get question number 4. So you will be position number 4 because that's the next one. And now we increase the queue position by 1 so that the next person will get 5. Does that make sense? If I had this increase before we put it in the Twitch message, it would be off by 1. The DMV, we name it the DMV. Okay. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. We have 3 currently, right? So these 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I need to hit this button 5 times.
Jeff Neer just asked, this is a test question.
Yep, that was a test question. Thank you for testing.
Hi-Fi asked Wassup.
Not much. Wassup you.
Hi-Fi 420 asked working.
For the man every night and day. Just kidding. So can you make a question recall by the number like question 1, question 2, etc.? Yeah, we can, but then we get into the part where we're setting so many variables, this becomes like a whole fucking program. Yeah. But that's why we have it going to our Discord. So you can just come here and click on the answer and go watch the answer. This is the recall. Well, I assume, Malcolm, I think what you're talking about is like you can go question, like you could do question 14 and it would go back and pull up question number 14 for you of that day or whatever. Yeah, you can absolutely do that. Especially if like you're not posting things to your Discord or whatever, but it's only going to pull the question. It's not going to pull the answer that the streamer gave you, right? Does that make sense? So but basically, yeah, it's be the same thing. You just set a variable just like you do with a quote, or like we've done with our, what do we have on here? I forgot. What do we have? What do we got? Jokes. Our jokes, like if you want to add a joke, or our what's the other one? We did the pickup lines, right? So it's the same thing. You just add a variable and assign that variable when that question is answered to that number. And then, you know, like you would have to store your questions somewhere, like a text file or whatever. But yeah, that absolutely can be done. But with posting them to like the Discord or to a spreadsheet or something that you want to look at later, you can have the links that go directly to that question. So you can have the question and the answer without interrupting the current live stream. You know, people can go back and look at whatever they want to look at. Right. Okay, are we still on number 4? Nobody's asked a new question, right? Good. Okay, don't. So 1, 2, 3. So I need to answer 2 more. Is that masturbation?
Hi-Fi 420 ass working.
Working for the man ever not ending. Okay, so this one. Hi-Fi. Where's your question number 1? Here it is. A question. Is that what you said here? A question. Okay, so this is the one we're going to start with. So let me answer one more.
Jeff Nyerges asked, this is a test
of the emergency broadcast system. Had this been an actual emergency, this answer would have been followed by instructions on how to do something else. I don't know. Okay, so now we're caught up. So now we're going to go back in real quick and format this again. Where is my basic webhook? We're going to go... wrong button. It's Control Enter. Yeah, I know. Shut up. Front Control Enter. There we go. And we're going to go B. Here is your Q spot. And then this is going to be exclamation point Q. Oh, why am I in caps? Oh, good Lord. Q answer. Q answer. And then we're just going to do the same thing we did with these. We're going to get a temp global and we're going to add it, and then we're going to increment it. And this will be in the TTS questions here. So we're going to paste. Right here. And what I say was Q answer. With a default value of 1 because we don't want it to start at 0. And then we're going to increment at the very end. We'll do it before the 1 second delay, but after everything is turned off. And this will be Q answer. Increment it by 1, right? And that's what I had was Q answer. Just to double check. Q answer. Okay. So now, because our Q's in position here, we have the questions, but we don't have that Q answer variable yet because I haven't answered any question, right? Because we're starting with number 1. So Hi-Fi asked his A question should have been the number 1 Q spot, which we knew about. right? So we're going to go ahead and answer, and it should say your Q spot is 1, and then that will match the A question, which is the question number 1 that came in for that day.
Hi-Fi asked a question.
Oh, that was really loud. So there you go. Here's your Q spot. Number 1. Hi-Fi asked a question, and then we can see the answers. And if we do it again, it should be question number 2 that gets answered. Q spot should jump to number 2.
Jeff Neerges asked test variables.
Okay, and then we have another one. Somebody asked a question. I got told that their Q spot, or they were spot number 3 in the queue. So if we answer that one,
IV for 120 asked again.
again, and then there you go, Q spot number 3. How do they see their answers? They click on these links right here. See the answer on Twitch, see the answer on YouTube. You get to pick. Do you want to watch it on Twitch or do you want to watch it on YouTube, Malcolm? You're on Twitch, right? So let's watch it on Twitch. So what's going to happen is when I click this link, it's going to open up your browser to the VOD on Twitch right to the moment when this question was being asked. And then you get to watch the question get asked and you get to watch my answer after.
IV for 120 asked again.
Again, and then there you go, Q spot number 3. How do they see their answers? They click on these links right here. There you go. The answer. Does that make sense? Get it? Pretty simple stuff there, right? But if you want to see it on YouTube, because I have figured out a way to make YouTube stream markers, right? We can watch it on YouTube. Same thing. It's going to open up a browser to the YouTube live stream VOD or and then it's going to put the marker at that position. So when you click on play here, let me zoom back out. Sorry. Maybe. Hold on. There we go. Whoops, I'm zoomed in again. Dang it. So when you click on play, it'll take you right to that question again, just like it did on Twitch. That one.
IV for 120 asked again.
Again, and then there you go, Q spot number 3. So you get to pick whether you want to watch it on Twitch or YouTube. And yeah, that's how you get your answer. So like if Hi-Fi asked this question and it was a serious question, but then had to run off to the dentist or, you know, I don't know, get some groceries or whatever, ran out of Funyuns, and didn't get the question answered while he was sitting there watching the stream, he can come in, go to the Discord, click on TT Answers. He knows his question was number 3 because the response told him, right? And so he can just scroll in to look for your Q spot is number 3 and then click on watch the answer. But see, there you go. That's why we need to take that delay away, because Hi-Fi has proven that the delay fucks everything up. So we're going to go into chat responses and we're going to take this delay away because he decided to ask 2 questions within 2 seconds. And we can't have that because now it's fucked up the count, right? And then what we can do is we can also use these 2 variables to show on stream how many questions have been asked and how many we have answered. Hi, Sylvia. How are you? Welcome in. Good to see you. Hi, 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 hi. So, technically, we should be... Q spot should tell you how many questions are left before yours is ready. No, that's not true, because that's going to constantly change, right? If you go to the market and you got to stand in line for the deli and you pick a number and you have the little piece of paper with the number on it and it says number 5, and you look up at their now serving number 1, you know, oh, there's 4 people ahead of me. Right? It's the same thing. The counter up there showing who they're currently serving doesn't go down. It goes up. And you're not going to go and pull the number out of the deli box and have it be lower than the person before you. They both go up. If dual streaming, that is a problem, but only one and it would not be. No, I don't think so. Because we had a 2-second delay, right? I mean, the odds of somebody being on YouTube and somebody else being on Twitch and asking a question at the exact same time is never 0, but it's very, very rare. One of them is going to come in first. And if you remember, if we look at the variables, we go to our action history and we look at like these are where you came in together, right? If we look at these, we can come in and we'll get the message ID. Where'd it go? Right here, right? 48 seconds. And then if we look at the next one, oh, no, wait, that's not it. Is that it? Oh, right here, queued at 5:48 and 48 seconds. If we look at the one before that, it was 45. Oh, sorry, I went the. Oh no, I didn't go the wrong way. 43 seconds. So they were within 2 seconds of each other, which is why they got the same number, because I had a 2-second delay on there. Because I wanted it to look like, oh, we've added your question. Pause. Here you go. Is that a balloon animal, doggy? I love it. But Jeff, for your need, if you want your queue to count down, you can definitely make it do that, right? With your variables. You can have this come in, and when you hit the ask button, whoops, right, you can get the current value of queue answer, and then you can come in here, and instead of incrementing it by 1, you can decrement it by 1. Let me zoom in so you can see that. Right, we have it set to increment by 1. If you want it to go down, you can just set it to decrement by 1. The balloon dog that poops a balloon. So you can absolutely set it up that way if that helps. Like if you're going to have a little counter on, your stream and you want it to go down instead of up, yeah, you can absolutely do that. But if I tell you as the so your queue works, you just can't get the OBS source to turn off when value is 0. Okay, so what is the value of your variable? That's not a Twitch emoji, is it? Oh, it is. Is that from a hype train or something? Level 1. Oh, okay. Your source turns visible if greater than 0, but you can't get it to turn off with less than 1. Okay, so in your if command, instead of less than or equals, or less than or greater than, make it equals. If it equals 0, not less than 1. Less than 3. Love you too. Heart hands. It counts up when a question is asked and counts down when you answer. So you have one variable showing a number on your screen. If somebody hits ask, it goes up by 1. If you hit the answer button, it goes down by 1. Right? So it's just the one variable. Okay. Let me cancel this so I don't screw shit up. All right. So what I'm going to do here real quick, I'm going to zoom out and stop making y'all dizzy. We're just going to add a little text source here real quick on screen. So I can we're going to do a text GDI source. This is going to just be number. And we're going to make it nice and pretty. 0. And we'll do a nice hot pink color. Now we're going to put this bad boy, we'll put it over here by my head. Okay. So we have a 0 now, and that is called number. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to come in here. I'm going to make a new one. We're going to call this number up. So we're going to go OBS. We're going to set GDI text to, and what'd you say you called it? Questions queue. Huh. Now we need to populate questions queue. So we're going to also have a numbers down. So we're going to go ahead and duplicate this for now. Down. Right. Okay, so you got the count and everything to work. It's just the visibility, right? Okay. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna need to get the variable. So we're gonna go globals get. This is gonna be, what do you forget again? Questions queue. With a default value of 0. Whoops, we don't want that persisted. Right. And then we're going to, let's see. Copy. Okay, oop. Paste. What's going on, Dad Vibes? Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How are you? How's your stream? How are things? We're just answering questions today. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Okay, so on number up, we want to then do, we want to do another global. We want to set question Q, and we want to increment by 1, and then copy number down. We're going to decrement by 1. Paste. Okay, so number down, decrement by 1. So now if we need a core, we need an if else statement. If questions Q equals 0. Now autotype, all autotype does is tell it what type of operator or what type of variable it is, whether it's going to be Boolean, you know, true, false, if it's a string, if it's an integer, that kind of thing. We don't care about that because we're going to set it to 0. So if it equals 0, then we're going to run an action, and then we're going to break. Else we're going to do nothing and continue. So our action then is going to be, we're going to make a number hidden. Okay, and then this one here is, we're going to get rid of all this shit, and we're going to say OBS sources, set source visibility state, and then what do we call it? Number. Set source hidden. Pink. Okay. And then on number up, because it's increased, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to take this, copy. Number up, we're going to paste that here. And this one, we're going to make it visible. So when there's a question asked, it makes sure that it's turned on. Whether it's the first one, the 100th one, whatever. If it's already on, it stays on. Okay. And then, so now we can go back to our number down, if, and then we can tell it to do. Why is this doing this? That is weird. Is my bot broke? Okay, well, before we fix that, let's finish this up while I'm on my train of thought. Yeah, okay, we got that done. Whoops, and then that one is done. I'm gonna have to read the log after. Look, my stream apps paid, all that's fucked up. I want to try something. Where's my, oh, I don't have, I can't even get into my labs. Okay, let me get rid of all these here.
Hi-Fi 420 asked like this.
Yes, like this.
Hi-Fi asked why am I?
Chef Niraj has asked, am I 5th in the queue? Or stream question number 5. Q Spot should tell me how many questions are left before mine is ready.
Yeah, your queue spot is the spot you are in the queue. When you ask, that's why the message, the response message in the chat tells you what your question is. You're 5th in line. Anime voices poggers, yeah. All right, let me close the spot. It's gonna ruin everything. Just kidding, it's not. But for some reason, give me just a second. I can't see any chat right now. Ah, wanted. Huh. There we go. Okay, let me just make sure I didn't miss anything on either one of these here. No. Okay, good. We got it back. So, what is going? Look at this. I wonder. Hold on. That is fucking weird. I bet. Oh, you know what? I think I know what it is. Don't be laughing at me. Like, it is fucking, that's fucking weird. I have actually never seen this before. Okay, dogs. Okay, I know it has to do with docking that chat. I know there's a couple of issues with the chat, which is okay, but let me see. I knew it would be scuffed eventually. Yeah, but if I open the chat, will it still do it? Okay. Yay! So it has to be when I pull it in with the dock. Okay, so I gotta stop doing that. We'll move you guys over here for now. Alright, back to it. Now that we got all that kind of sorted. Sorry guys, on Twitch we have ads. coming up. Keep those pre-rolls off as best we can. Sorry about the ad break. We're gonna look at setting this up though. You're not gonna miss much. I apologize. We'll let those run. Next week will be better. I do kind of like the dual stream, not gonna lie, for the question and answers. It's a cool little thing to do. But I want to get this all kind of finished up a little bit before we get off here. Obviously, we're not going anywhere right now. But we might do this. I'm going to have to redo my entire OBS and my entire bot to run both so that the Twitch people can have their channel point redeems and all that shit back and their welcome messages and all of that. And then the same thing for YouTube, but I want them to be able to be run where YouTube isn't going to pick up the copyrighted style type article, you know, if that makes sense, and ding me on that. But we'll get all that sorted hopefully by next week, because I do enjoy this, and this way more people, the Twitch people, can come in and ask questions too, and they don't have to go over to YouTube if they don't want to, and vice versa. So it really helps. And then now that we have the chat, or not the chat, but the the questions to work with both, you know, is a cool thing. So I'll work on that. I'll work on a whole new going live on YouTube, co-streaming over to Twitch, OBS, and a whole new bot that'll do everything. And we'll be able to get all that sorted. It's going to take me some time though, but I have most of next week off, so hopefully we can get that done. I still need to do a couple of tutorials too. So look forward to that. We got about 1 minute left on the ads over on Twitch, but what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go back to these here. So we got the number up. Well, I'm just going to give this one, we're going to do just fucking up. Doesn't matter. And then for number down, we're going to come in here and whoops, give it YouTube. No, wait, no, whoops. Command triggered. This is just going to be down. Okay. So if we look at, we're going to start with 0, right? So visibility of the number should be off. Okay. When we ask a question, the number goes up. We're going to get the value and we're going to turn that visibility on. So if we do exclamation point up, it should go to 1 and show up there. Not ask, but yeah.
If I asked number 1 show up?
No. But then when we do down, it should go away. And obviously you're not going to have these tied to commands, but you know what I mean? Oh, I haven't have it set to anything. Number hidden. Okay, so if we do, oops. Oh. Did I not spell that right again? Oh, wrong one. Okay, that's why I had it set to. So I had it set to persisted when the other one was non-persisted. Okay, let's try that again. But I need to go back before I forget and make sure that these are also non-persisted. There we go. Okay, so if we do up again. Put the variable in there, because I'm an idiot. Gotta have the quotation or the percentage marks. Eight pieces. No, that shouldn't matter. One? Wait, what? What? It's only in the if else's where they need those. Okay. Oh, that number. That would help if we actually put it on the right fucking thing. Jesus Christ. It was working, just in the wrong area. All right. There we go. And we can go up. Up. Okay. Okay, so if we go down now. Oh. I'll get this eventually. Whoops. Okay. Helps when you spell everything correctly and put the shit in the right spot. Makes things go a little easier. So now we have one question left to answer, so to speak. We answer that question. It goes to 0 and turns it off. And then if we get a new question asked, why did it go to -1? That was weird. Huh, 1 up. How about an exclamation point? And then again, we go back to 0. What is our current? It's 2. Right. Okay. We're going to make, oh, didn't mean to double click that. We're going to make that a 1. And I'll figure out, I'm going to watch what happens next time. Okay, so when we go down, it should go to 0 and turn off. Why does it go to -1? Okay, so if we go up now, and it goes right back to 0. Okay. It's all about positioning, I believe, at this point. So, we're doing the Konami code. Down, down, left, right, left, right. Yes. Yes. Abso-frickin-lutely. Okay, I shouldn't have to get that one. We can just increment because we set the number here when we go live and we set it to 0. So this would be like a OBS stream started as the trigger, right? And then we set the tutorial or the global for that session to 0. So we don't have that. So we don't need to set them again. We just need to increment them because we'll already have it. But, well, maybe we do need to get it, though. Okay. Thought so. All right. We decrement before we put the thing in. So I do need to, I need to get the value though. Don't I? Do I? Do I? I don't know. Yeah, we do. Okay. So. Oh, this is not how I would set this up if I was doing. This would be like one action and an if else, but paste. Okay. Look here. Question Q value is 1. Now it's 2. I don't know. Probably, what are you, Eastern? Probably 10:30, 11. Enjoy your dinner, though. All right. Anyway, I got off track because of that, but you said your numbers work correctly. It's just when it gets to 0, it's not turning off, right? So this is how I'm going to do that. So if questions Q, which is your variable, folks are mad. I'm mad. Just kidding. Equals 0. Right? Then we're going to do number hidden, which I set up another variable for number hidden, and then we're going to break. We're going to stop. We're not going to do anything else. Else we're not going to do anything. We're going to continue. It's the final thing. So after the globals, after the text is updated, everything, then we're going to look. So is it a 0? If yes, we're going to do number hidden. And then all number hidden is the set visibility to hidden. That's exactly how you have yours set. I mean, you've seen it work. Well, my numbers aren't working because I have my shit backwards, and that's my fault. You get the idea. Your numbers are working, and then when it gets to 0, it turns off. And then if we do another one for up, it comes back. It turns on. I mean, obviously mine's not representing right because it should be a 2, and like I said, I have my variables and shit, my gets are backwards, and I know that, but so what you need to do is check. You might be running into the same little problem I am. Pull up your variable list. You can go right here at the very top, click on variable, and then click on non-persisted, and look for your Q. And see what your value is set to when it should be. Like we're showing a 1 right now. It should be 2. How does it turn off if your variable doesn't match 0? It doesn't. Your variables match up. So then the moment that it gets to 0, so in this case, it's going to be a -1 for me. We can watch. Hold on. Yeah, that's what I say. You had your numbers set up correctly. I haven't done that. I did it hastily and got my shit backwards. But when we go down, it'll take that down. But because we're getting the value, I have it backwards. So yours then, because it's displayed as 1, so my next one here, right? Try that. Get your, do an up to get yours to 1, and then do it down, or whatever your commands are, to get it to go to 0, and then do it down again. And see if it vanishes at that point, at -1. like mine just did. And if they do, I'm going to show you an easy way to fix that. If it doesn't go off after you get below 0, then we have another problem. Jumping Jesus on a pogo stick. I don't know, Bullets. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. You have a jumping Jesus on a pogo stick emote. Fucking love it. Yes, it goes off at -1. Okay. So what you want to do is in your if statement, change the value to 1. And I'll tell you, after you do that, test it again. If it goes off when you get to 0, I'll explain why. My reputation precedes me. Yeah, set the if statement in your if statement. Questions Q equals 1. Then do your numbers hidden. Fireworks or gunshots? Wrong chat. That actually sounds like gunshots. Hold on. Ow. Ow. No bullets. Who give me? Turned off on 0 and on with 1. Yeah. Okay, so what happens basically is because we don't have these variables set with anything in particular, they're just a long form type. As with any coding variable, it starts with 0. So basically 0 equals 1, right? So if we do like a read line from a text, even though if we open up your Notepad or Notepad++, it'll tell you line number is 1. The bot will actually read line 1 as line 0. So 0 equals 1. So in this case, we want it to turn off at 0, which would technically be -1. But we're going to fake it and tell it, hey, turn off when we're actually at 0, not the bot defined 0. And so 1 equals 0, 0 equals 1. And that's why it'll go off for you there. Yeah. And that's it. You could set this multiple ways. I'm not going to get into it and confuse you, but you could actually make this be a true false and set it to a Boolean, and then just set instead of instead of incrementing by 1, just set it to true when you go up and set it to false when you go down, and a whole bunch of blah, blah, blah. Sounds very fussy if it's reading 0 as 1. That's most basic programming languages do that though, right? Yeah, no worry. I'm sorry it took me so long because I had my variables backwards and I knew that your numbers were right, but I just wanted to get it working for me. But yeah, when we get in the end. But yeah, that's what we're here for, brother. But yeah, so when you look at a notepad or like a code line, no, I don't have any. Really? I don't have any open? Come on, bullshit. Oh, it doesn't even exist anymore. Okay, anyway, we could do a new one. If you see here, this is line 1. This is human readable, right? This is human readable line numbers. But for code, PHP, JavaScript, C#, the actual first line is always a 0. And then it goes 1. And then it goes 2. Right? And then it goes 3. So they're off by 1. So 0 will always equal 1 in coding language, unless you tell it not to. Now, like for this particular instance, with his, with Jeff's problem, not turning the visibility off because it wasn't technically a 0. Now we could go in here and we could do math, right? We could do if questions Q minus 1 equals 0 and things like that. I mean, obviously that's not the right way to do that, but you get the idea. We could have a math function to make 0 equal 0 and 1 equal 1. But there's no sense in rewriting the wheel when all you have to do is just put it in the language that the bot already understands, or that the code already understands. Yeah. I can delete that. That one we're saving for whatever reason. All right. So we have our response. Okay. So now when somebody asks a question, they get a response. Oh yeah, yeah. You can have it just and that's one of the things I always forget, especially when messing with the variables, is because I want to set them to what I want them to be. Set this variable, get this variable, set it to 1. Get this variable, set it to 112. Get this variable, set it to true, right? But the underlining code, which this is written on C#, right? Defaults to 0 equals 1. So it's going, oh, I'm looking for 0, which is technically line number 1, or vice versa, But yeah, I can do math. I can come in here and do like a set argument. And I can be like true count, and then just do math count minus 1. Right? And then so whatever count is, minus 1 is going to be the true count. But that's an extra step that isn't needed for this instance that we're working on with Jeff. But you can always make it tell itself, oh, line 1 is number 1, or part 1 is number 1, whatever. As long as you remember that 0 equals 1 in almost every programming language, you just set it to 1 or set it to 0 or set it to 2, wherever you want it to be off by, and it'll function the way you want it to. Okay. Your response is user, you asked question 19 and is currently fourth in the queue using 2 variables for questions total and questions remaining. Okay. I get that. And the way I'm doing mine, I just approaching it a little bit different, right? So I'm giving them the queue spot of number 1. You're the first question asked, your queue spot is number 1. Once number 1 is filled, it's never going to be unfilled. You know, like with yours, for example, I can read that as I'm question 19. I know there's 18 questions ahead of me. I don't care how many you've already answered. If you've answered 17 of them, I still have 2 to go, right? But I get what you're saying and I get what you're doing, and that's cool. That's a cool way to do it. But, you know, with mine, I don't need, oh, wait, look. I haven't set those? Okay, that's right. Actually, I need to go. I'll just do it manually anyway. Okay, let's go back here. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So if I go, if my response is, oh, hey Jeff, you're spot number 2. Yeah, here's spot number 2. There's your question. There's your answers. So, but I get it either way. Yours is more like, hey, if you're gonna stick around and wait, you only have 4 people ahead of you. And I get that. That's cool. Yeah. I just want to give some people the feedback, right? Like, and that was kind of the whole point of that little section in our bot there, doing that. The responses is because that didn't exist before with anybody, like with Pirate Software or the couple other ones. They were just like, oh, you're added to the queue. Thank you. But you didn't know that. This just gives them a little bit of a, hey, yep, your shit just worked. We got it. Don't even worry about it. Excuse me. Ow. But I don't have any. Oops, wrong one. So I do believe we're probably close to getting out of here. So, unless anybody has any actual question. Yeah, exactly. And I got the idea when I was making that clip of Pirate Software explaining his TTSs, because I'm going to use snippets of that in the tutorial. That I'll probably do the tutorial for this tomorrow, and we'll have the final output put up on Ko-Fi. So the one that you grab now, it is functional, it does work. You got the setup here. Obviously we went over that today, but I'm going to have one that has a little bit more functionality. The responses are going to be in there, of course, and things like that. But I'm going to make the full tutorial to put up, of course, like I said, if you grab the zip file that you got today, You can follow along with this live session on the Twitch VOD or the YouTube replay. They're both going to be there. You know, well, the Twitch VOD will be gone in 60 days, but you know, after that, the YouTube one will be there forever. But you can follow along with that and get it set up and get the functionality on your stream today, and you don't have to wait for the new tutorials. So that's for being a part of the streams. A little thank you for that. And we're gonna do a little bit about this. If I post a queued question to Discord in a review before playing them, how do you cancel one from playing if it's vulgar and not appropriate? Right here. So in our questions in this part, number 2 here, on the speaker bot, you can pass it through your bad word filter. It will still post the actual question, but in your speaker bot, you can go to your bad word filter, which is basically the replacement, and you can add words, phrases, whatever, like I did here. We replaced the word fuck with poopy, right? So if I did a question right now, ask, whoops, this is the word fuck, and I put that in there, right? Because I'm passing it through the bad word filter, if that makes any sense. Now I say, okay, when I hit my button,
Birdie, I guess this is the word poopy.
so it'll actually say, the TTS will say your replacement word, or you can just have it not say the word at all, you know, whatever you set up in, but it's still gonna post the actual phrase in your Discord. And if you don't like that, then you just come over here and delete the message. And you know, people are sick and twisted, and they're gonna do that from time to time. They're gonna try to get you. I wouldn't worry too much about it. You know, it's not gonna be like a constant thing unless you're getting trolled, but then you just ban that person. But make use of the bad word filter. And so here is the thing, right? Let me go back in here. On the bad word, you can have it disabled. You can have it strip the bad word, or you can have it yeet the entire message. But you can't pull it out of the queue. No. But if you have it yeet all, so if we have a message that says, like, you know, you suck balls, whatever, I don't know, you know, whatever the thing is, if we add that and we have it set to yeet all, if the message contains that, it won't read any of it. Right? So here's where you can put like your racial slurs and things like that. It won't even read the message. You'll have to go back into Discord and delete it, right? But it won't be read out on stream. But you also have to remember too, and I don't know like how busy your chat is, but for these people to ask the question to put them in the queue, they actually have to type them in your chat, right? So unless your chat is just slinging by, you're gonna see it there anyway, and you're gonna know, and ban that user, you know, and get out of here, you know what I mean? And then you'll be aware, oh, my third question. So then what happens is you just go and like mute your bot audio in OBS, play the message, hang out on Discord, delete the message as soon as it shows up. Nobody will hear anything. You can turn the visibilities of your thing or just go to your BRB screen or whatever. You know, so there's ways to do it. You'll know it's coming. Yeah. But there are many ways to do it. But yeah, unless you want to get into like regex expressions and things and setting up and doing checks on every message that comes through your channel, which is just a bitch and a pain in the ass. So just disable the play action, then play next, then replay the action. Yeah, exactly. And you can, if you know it's coming and you know which one it is, you can just come in here to your YouTube questions and just set this to fucking disabled. Right? Because you still have your play question enabled, and all it's going to do is play the cue. But with your TTS questions disabled, it's not going to do any of those sub actions. It's not going to read it. It's not going to post it to your Discord, right? Yeah, and then just let it play, and then come back and just enable your TTS questions again. There are many ways to go about handling it. If you know it's coming and you know which one it is, and if you ever forget, for example, right, and you're like, oh my God, I know I have 4 questions, but I don't remember which one was really, really bad. When you go to your queues, if you just go and look, you can look here and inspect the variables when they're queued, and then come down and look at the raw input, and it'll tell you what the message is before you ever play it. Right. Ooh. Breezer, yeah, do you have a question, Breezers? I didn't mean to ignore you, sorry. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a little more like active on your part, Jeff, you know, where you got to be more, oh shit, I know one's coming, or I think, you know. But if you're doing like this, a Q&A session, you're already the more active, and you're going through and looking and doing the stuff and testing it all anyway, right? So you're in there. The shout out commands, getting it to work with the ampersand. Oh, on YouTube, right? Okay, so on, and you have it like I do with you got this from the one that I did on the tutorial, right? With the shout out setup and then the shout out command, right? So in the shout out setup, you have the persistent globals, where we take the username X user and we make it a username, right? And then we have their user ID, which is their channel name, right? So if you go to the user X user, let me see here. I don't want to lead you the wrong way. Sorry, you were busy. I'm answering your question. You ask a question and you go off and do something else. Rude. I feel hurt. You hurt my feelings, Breezers. You hurt me. You come ask for help and I offer help and you just walk away. Rude. I'm gonna cry. Just kidding. I asked you, I said you're using the setup that I did in my tutorial, right? With the shout out setup and the shout out. Yeah. Evie. Don't be snarky. I'm just teasing you, man. You're fine. All right. Ow. Anyway, so what we got to do is when we set these variables, we have the %user x user. You just have to put the strudel in there. So, for example, go to my persistence. So see how we did it here with hi-fi. He's got the little ampersand now. So that'll be a part of the raw input, as it were. If you wanted to set it where it was either or, you would come in. You watch the if you want to do either or, you would just come in. Let's duplicate this, and then we will have one where we take the ampersand out, right, like we normally do. So now it'll create two variables for the username, one with the not the ampersand, the strudel, and one without the strudel, and that way you could use either one is the raw input. So for example, like I said, we have hi-fi. Where'd he go? We got hi-fi as the user down here. And I have one with hi-fi with the ampersand. Right? So then if I go to my chat over here and I do a shout out to hi-fi, it'll look for that variable. And there it is. But then also if I do a shout out for @hi-fi, it'll go there. Well, sorry. Because when you do the strudel in the chat, you have to click the name. There we go. But that's one of the problems with fucking with YouTube, is that they allow people to have spaces, different capitalization, all kinds of shit, or funky characters, commas and shit in their name, and you've got to account for like all of that. So what I would suggest is just practicing it, trying a couple things, and then go into your action history and checking it out and look at your variables and see what's actually being picked up as the variable, right? You might need to do, instead of raw input, like we have, if we go look back here, let me move this over. We have in our message, in our shout out message, right? We're doing the Y user because we have it as raw input. You might want to do raw input escaped. You might need to do raw input URL encoded. So try the different ones. Like we could do, let me see which one will work with the space in the name. Is it escaped? Maybe. Ooh, excuse me. You heard they're working on me. I hope so. We were talking about that earlier today. See if that does anything. Probably not. Because it's, see, and that's what's funny about this. Let me go to your channel. Is that your channel? No, it's going to my channel. And see, this is what's fucking weird, because this is a YouTube. Whoops. This is a YouTube thing. Let me show you on the chat here. Hold on, look. This is a YouTube thing. So on YouTube, let me bring this chat over because this is the actual YouTube chat. So if you have a space in your name, if I do a shout out and I do @hi-fi, there's his name, right? You see it, it's all there with the space. But when I click on it and then I go and I actually make it a message, it doesn't have a link because there is no @hi. It's all, it doesn't do the, it's so fucking stupid. YouTube needs to figure their shit out. Yeah. That's all I'm gonna say. So yeah, the ampersand thing, it just try different of the variables, try different ones. One of them is gonna probably work for you. But the easiest way is just to add it manually like we did, and then just have 2 variables for each one. Yeah, it's so stupid. Like, how hard is it to, you know, like if I click on Hi-Fi's name after I do the and thing, the ampersand, or not the ampersand, the strudel, but there's a space in their name which YouTube allows for and recognizes, they stop recognizing it as a link. It's so, I don't know. I can't even, I mean, I can be mad at it, but it's just, it's very, very funny to me. It kept crashing last night, saying about resetting something. Google might have been fucking with their API last night. I don't know. Just make sure that you're signed in to everything that you need to be signed into correctly. Platforms. Go to your actual YouTube account. Go to the account tab and make sure that they're signed in completely. But I need to where did this go? Oh, right here. I need to change this back to what it was. Which was, what was it? No, you're fine. Current versions. OBS 31.0.1. Grammar.bot 0.2.6. Is that what it was? Is that what I had before? Yes, okay. Just wanted to make sure. You're very welcome, man. Yeah, it's just, like I said, just keep an eye on your variables. Keep checking, go to the action queues, go to your action history, look at your shoutouts, inspect the variables after run, see what was there, what populated, what didn't populate, how does it compare to, you know, with like spaces, names and spaces, is probably going to be the raw input URL encoded, is the one I'm going to guess. But that's the one, like if you add the actual strudel and all that. So just play around with it, you know, and you'll get on the right one eventually. But yeah, all right. So what I'm gonna do, because I need to figure this out, because I am logged in on OBS as YouTube is my primary. You guys see Mustache's Stream Deck button? No, I didn't. Is that for the, what, the Elgato Stream Deck or the StreamerBot Stream Deck? The Elgato. Oh. Yeah, I don't really care about that, as I don't have one, so I don't need stuff on it. But yeah, with the StreamerBot chat and all that being able to be used with WebSockets, so you can pull it in directly into OBS and all kinds of things like that. There's going to be a lot of cool stuff coming out that we can do with it, especially for dual streamers. So, how do I want to do this? Let's see. I have not synced the stop. Okay. So I think what we're going to do is we will end on YouTube first, and then we'll say goodbye, and then we'll raid out on Twitch. I think that'll be the way to go, because if I raid out to Twitch first, so I have to come back in here. I have to end the stream on YouTube and sit, and the whole time whoever I raided out to, which I'm gonna have muted, is gonna be like, "Oh, hey, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How's your stream? Blah 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 blah." You know what I mean? So I think if we do that last, so we'll try that again. This was all a test stream anyway. Yeah. So thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for helping me test everything. I got a couple more things I want to do to this enhanced TTS system to make it a little bit more fancy than I originally thought. I was happy with it, but now I'm not. There's a couple other things that I want to do. So I'm going to get all those done. I'm going to get new export codes put out and put up on the Ko-Fi. I will leave the ones that are there for now. But then I will do a full tutorial on the new one, explaining everything like we did today, a little bit quicker. Instead of importing it 3 times, we'll just import it once. I'll show you, if you're on Twitch, delete these. If you're on YouTube, delete these. If you're streaming to both, don't touch a fucking thing. And then we'll cover it all. So look forward to that. But yeah, I'm loving this system. And of course, we can always make it better. We can always tweak, right? So I can't wait to see what y'all do with yours and how you plan to utilize them for your streams. But I think it's a great feature for a lot of streamers, especially if you do Q&A sessions or you're just chatting streamer or whatever. I need to find somebody to rate on YouTube or on Twitch real quick. So guys, give me a minute to do that. Have we rated Muffy this year yet already? I think we have. How long is he? We'll probably just go Muffy again. I think he's playing Dead by Daylight anyway. So a little bit of action. Oh no, he's playing Marvel Rivals. All right, cool. So we'll do that. Let's end on YouTube first, though. So, guys, hi, Conan. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. Yeah, we're gonna do that, of course. So we will say sayonara on YouTube. So those of you that are on Twitch, hang out with me for just a minute, please. And we'll do the raid after I end on YouTube. But those of you on YouTube, thank you. I will get these time stamped so that you can follow along if you're on Twitch, YouTube, or whatever. I will do that. If I don't get it tonight, I will do it first thing tomorrow morning. And we'll go from there. But you guys have a good night. Again, thank you for everything. Thank you for being here at the Questions of Testing. And we'll move forward. So, we'll see you next time. Until then, love, peace, and chicken grease.